coffee's king. Cigs in hand, she does her thing. Maggie's got the jokes we know. Together we are ready for the show. Chat's on fire, the crowd goes wild. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. Maggie's got that wit so quick. We tune in daily for our fix. Community that stands so strong. Laughing, chatting all day long. From sunrise to the longest nights. Leanie's tales put out our lights. On a coins, Leanie, life's no joke. Spark that cig and take a toke. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show is always near. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no loud. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Best damn show is always here. The best damn show is always near. According to Leanie, coffee's king. Cigs in hand, she does her thing. Maggie's got the jokes we know. Together we are ready for the show. Chat's on fire, the crowd goes wild. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. Maggie's got that wit so quick. We tune in daily for our fix. Community that stands so strong. Laughing, chatting all day long. From sunrise to the longest nights. Leanie's tales put out our lights. On a coins, Leanie, life's no joke. Spark that cig and take a toke. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show is always near. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no loud. Maggie's quips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus, Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear the best damn show around is here. Best damn show is always here.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Let's see. Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. How you doing? Everybody good? I gotta get a Diet Coke real quick. Surprise. I told you I was going to try to get better at this. Getting back to doing late nights, early mornings, late evenings. So I took a nap so I could come and go live. I was going to go live at 1:30 like I normally do, but then I got these new, well, if y'all remember at Christmas time, my son, anyways, we played a game, and one of the gifts I won was a electric picture frame where people can send you pictures and it'll just go on your frame. And surprise! Anyways, I was adding a bunch of, for the last 2 hours, I've been adding freaking pictures to that frame. So that's what I've been doing, and I forgot about time. How's everybody doing? Melly Joe, thank you for being here. David, it has been a long time. Good to see you. Thank you for coming back. Aussie True Crime, hello. I had to jump out of your live tonight, Aussie, because my baby child called his mama from Ohio to make sure I had a good day the rest of the day. MJD is in the house. It's good to see everybody. Mac J, thank you. Thank you for being here. You guys do me a favor and hit the like. I got to start working on the likes again, you guys. It's good to see everybody. Anne's Place, hello. Hope you're well. Misty, hi. East Tennessee, well, welcome. Welcome, East Tennessee. Tennessee is one of my very favorite states. Beautiful there. Beautiful. I really need to go to the mountains. That's what I need to do. I need a break from hearing the word mushrooms. God bless you. I was shocked. You got, why would I mean, when I saw the name, I was like, where have I heard that name that they're covering? And then I remembered Melly Joe and Lulu told me about that case. Oh my God. Y'all gotta get over there and listen to Aussie True Crimes channel with Mac J. They are covering I forget her name. I forget what name she is. Y'all could put it in chat for me. Anyways, they're covering a case, this woman killing people with mushrooms. Oh my God. Y'all, I'm scared to eat those mushrooms. And that was before I heard of that case, because here in Indiana, it's really big to go mushroom hunting. Like, oh, it's just a thing. First of all, I love mushrooms, but there's no way I could pick them because they gross me out to look at those morel mushrooms. But I'm scared because there are some that are poisonous. Aaron Patterson, that's it. They're covering the Aaron Patterson case. If you guys have heard anything about it, Aussie, go ahead and drop your link in chat. And drop your yeah, she's a total nut job for real. Drop your link in chat. I love mushrooms. I really, really, really do. But I'm scared to eat anything that I find in the grass. Oh my God, that's terrible. And to think she poisoned him 3 times prior. Oh my God. I mean, when do you get a clue and just leave, right? When do you get a clue and leave? I sent Maggie a message and let her know that we were going live. She's probably not used to getting up and going live anymore. But it's so good to see you guys. I really have missed you, other than doing Coburger Wednesdays and Thursdays. She pinged at both spots for mushrooms. Oh, have you guys seen what morel mushrooms look like? They're disgusting looking. They really are. I can't eat them. I won't pick them. I can't eat them. But, I mean, I like regular mushrooms that go on a steak. 4 attempts of murder. That is insane. Insane. I hope everybody had a good Mother's Day. What'd you guys get into? What happened? Anything good? Ozzy, at your crime, is your grandson feeling better? Is his breathing better? I hope so. I hope so. I hope you guys had a great Mother's Day with your family. I feel like I'm barely I'm gonna start complaining. I can feel it happening. All right, I'm gonna try to hold it together. But I have a lot to complain about. I mean, and who's gonna listen besides you guys? And half of y'all ain't even gonna listen either, just gonna dip out. You've learned about more mushrooms than one girl needs to know. Ann's Place, your Mother's Day sucked. Girl, I feel it. I feel it. You hate mushrooms? This case is about an hour away. Yeah, Mel, you and Lou had told me about it. Told me that the case was started, and then I happened to jump on Aussies and saw that that's what they were covering. And then, baby child called, and I have, I'll stop the world to melt with him. Let me take this medication, this headache powder. Hold on. Good stuff. Listen, I'm gonna complain. I am a middle-aged female on almost, I think, at the end of menopause. So I'm gonna fucking complain. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna complain. If y'all don't want to listen, I don't know. He is at least beside me playing at the moment. He had me so worried. I think it is asthma, but he's still too young to say that. Yeah. God bless him. The good news is they've got a lot of great medications out there. I mean, I was diagnosed, I think, like 8 years old or something. And I'm wheezy right now because all the crap in the air. But they've got a lot of great medications that can get him through. So big prayers to him. Ann says, hubby spent the whole day at his brother's. How dare he? Put him on, Ann. Get him on my panel. I'm going to have a discussion with him. Who the hell does he think he is spending the day at his brother's house, helping him move from one place to the other? Because their Mother's Day's in March. I'm sorry. Well, we can all complain together. I'm good with that. I'm absolutely fine. So, when you have so many kids like I do, they just kept coming. I couldn't figure it out. I was young. Just kidding. And then you've got, all these parents that are everywhere. You have to figure out what you're doing, right? So on Friday, we took baby Chow over to Ohio, have him move to start his summer internship. Got him moved into his apartment. It's such a cute apartment, you guys. It is on the lake, and the lake is called Grand Lake. It's beautiful. I mean, it really is beautiful. And he's got one roommate. And so got him all moved in. That was emotional. I didn't cry in front of him or nothing, but I just hate when he goes away. I hate it so much. And so I bawled a little bit after we left and all that. I'm fine. Everything's fine. But before I had left, I said, hey, when are you planning on coming back home? And he said, that he's coming back for the Indy 500. And then he's got I think he's coming back for the 4th of July. And I was like, wow, okay. And he's like, Mom, he said, I'm only an hour and a half away. He said, if you get lonely or you miss me, he said, give me a call and we can meet for dinner, which I thought was really nice of him. And I was like, all right, even though I know you don't want to do it, but that was nice of you to say. So that was Friday. Saturday, we had planned to go over and spend a couple hours with Beefcake's mom because, we didn't know what was going to go on, or I didn't know what was going to go on yesterday, Sunday. And so his sister had flown in from Virginia to be with her mom for Mother's Day as well. So we were just like, okay, we'll go over there and hang out with her. So we did. And we spent a couple of hours. Everything was fine, just the normal stuff. Well, his stepdad has dementia, but it's never been, it's not officially, the doctors know he has it. We all know he has it, but it's never been put in his chart because something about it's going to change his care or whatever. Anne says, but he did feel sorry, so he gave me a list of online clothes. Oh, and could choose some. I chose it all. Oh, that is really sweet. Okay, he won back my good graces. He's now back in my good graces. So make sure you tell him that. I know he cares. Anyways, we had a good dinner and his sister was there. I'm just gonna be real with you guys. I tried for so long with Beefcake's family. And I knew his sister didn't like me. It's his only sister. I knew she didn't like me. I think his mom you would think I would know all this shit by now. It's not like we got married 2 years ago. We've been together for 20 years. And his mom and his stepdad have lived with us many, many, many times. They're just a different dynamic of a family than my family. Like my family's all huggy, almost to my dismay. They hug that much. And even my kids, everybody's huggers. And the older I get, I'm like, don't touch me. And my family's in each other's business like nobody's business. So if you call me and say, hey, I'm only telling you this, so don't tell nobody, it's a secret, we'll tell everybody later. I'm not like, okay. And then they tell me, then I'm on the phone to my sister immediately, like as quick as she can answer the phone. I'm like, hey, don't tell nobody this because they told me not to tell nobody this, but this is what's going on. And she's like, okay. Then she's on the phone to somebody else. And that's what happens in our family. We all know each other's business. For the most part. If my kids tell me not to tell somebody something, I'm not telling them. I won't even tell my sister. I don't tell Beefcake. I don't tell their siblings. But if it's like someone in the family that we're not close to, oh yeah, we're all talking about it. But his family's not like that. And you guys know we're selling our house next year, right? So baby child's last day in school, this is his last year. He's a senior this year. So there's no reason for us to stay in this town. We hate this freaking town. We moved to this town so we could follow our son. And he's going to be leaving. So we're not staying. We don't like it here. But the problem is I know that his parents are probably going to be moving back in with me. Right. So that changes things, right? I have to get a house that there's a bedroom on the first floor for them, even though I don't want a 2-story again. But now I know I have to completely keep that out of house searching. And I have to make sure that we have 2 living rooms, one for them, one for me, an office for Beefcake, blah, blah, blah. It changes things. So I told Beefcake, I was like, look, I know you people don't talk over there because I don't know why you're all afraid of offending each other, but you got to get your shit together, man, because if we're going to buy a house, we have to make sure that y'all, because we've actually sold a house so his parents and got another house so his parents can move in with us. Y'all, they moved out 8 months later. And we were stuck with this big ass house that we didn't need. And I told him, I said, I'm not doing that again. So you find out if they're going to come and live with us for sure, or if your sister's taking them, which I know she's not. or if your brother's taking him, which I know he's not. I was like, we got to figure something out. Quit playing around. So, or else I'll figure it out. I don't have a problem. They already all don't like me, so I'll go ahead and just lay it on the line. I said goodbye to everybody, and I went and got in the truck, or I went out to smoke before Beefcake came out because he don't smoke. So I went and smoked real quick for the ride home because we live about an hour away from them. And he comes out and he was walking over to my side where I was standing on my side of the truck over there. And I was like, what's up? And he said, hey, I think we got to take Bob. That's his stepdad. He said, I think we got to take him to the hospital. And I was like, why? And he said, because he can't move. Bob had gone in and laid down about an hour before we decided to leave. And I was like, what do you mean he can't move? And he's hurt his back from picking up a water jug or whatever. And supposedly he fractured something in his back, and that's been like a month and a half ago. And I was like, okay. And then so I said, I'll go talk to him. So I went in the bedroom, and y'all, he started crying. Oh my God. I've never, as long as I've known him for 20 years, I've never seen this man cry. And he grabbed my hands, both of them, and he was bawling, and he said, I'm in so much pain. And I said, why don't we just let's go to the hospital and make sure it's not your kidneys. And he's like, no, it's my back. And I said, I know. I said, but I want to make sure it's not your kidneys, because his mom had told my husband that her husband had not been eating right, drinking. He's on this medication for his back. And I said, your kidneys worry me, so let's just go get checked out, and you'll come back tonight. We're already here. I don't want to drive all the way home to have to come back. And he said, no, we're going to call an ambulance. Okay. And I said, so can I pray with you? Big. Hey, Big B, good to see you. So good to see you. Thank you for coming in. I hope you are doing well. Melly Joe, I learned a long time. They pay attention. Wait a minute. Hold on. Melly Joe, I learned long ago the only time they really pay attention is when you touch their pocket deep. And says it's 26 years and my mother-in-law still don't like me, but now she acts like she does, and she ain't no Oscar winner. Big B, good hugs to you, honey. It's so good to see you. I hope you're really well. So he let me pray for him. I prayed with him, and then I went back into the living room, y'all, and I just lost my crap. I just started crying because, I just wanted to pick him up and hug him. What am I going to do? And I was like, you guys, like, I just sat in the chair. I just looked at it, my mother-in-law, his wife, my husband, and their sister. And I was like, you guys, he's got dementia. We can't let him make decisions for himself. The man can't move. And so I said, I'm calling an ambulance. He's got the same clothes on right now to get glad that he was mad in. So if he's going to be mad, I don't care. He needs help. So I called 911 because there was no way I was going to be able to move him or any of us. I couldn't barely touch him. And he was crying. I love you too, Big B. Hi, April. Good to see you, love bug. I hope you're well. Hope you had a good Mother's Day. Cooey Lulu. So we called the ambulance because I knew they would put him on a stretcher. It'd be an easier ride than trying to fold him in half and put him in a car. Got to the emergency room. And I told Mom, I was like, Mom, it's not a big deal. They're going to give him some morphine for his back. Everything's going to be good. Don't worry about it. And about an hour and a half later, they let 2 people at a time go in. And so I told, of course, Mom was going in. And I told his sister, I said, why don't you go in? I said, I don't have any desire to go back there, whatever. So you guys can all take turns. So by the time we got to him, you guys, they had already x-rayed. I don't know why they did this either, but they x-rayed his chest. They x-rayed his back. Y'all, he has 2 broken vertebrae and 2 broken ribs. I was like, WTF? And I was like, how did he get the broken ribs? And there was only 1 broken vertebrae. And they said, well, that's not the worst of it. We're not worried about that right now. We can stop the pain for right now and figure that out. But they found a mass in his colon. And I was like, what do you mean a mass? What does that mean? And they said, we don't know, but we've got to get in there and biopsy it. And this is already, you guys, going on 10 o'clock at night on Saturday night. And so his mom, here's the problem. His mom literally cannot hear. She looks at your lips, but she won't tell you she can't hear. So she heard nothing that the doctor said. She just shakes her head yes and smiles because she is embarrassed to say she can't hear. So Beefcake and the sister switch out. He goes in the room and another doctor comes in and he starts asking the mom questions and his mom's just smiling and shaking her head. And he said, are you hard of hearing, ma'am? And then she didn't hear. And Beefcake says, yeah, she is. And then they asked Bob, does he have dementia? And he's like, no. And my husband's like, yes, he does. And then the doctor said, are you the son here? And then Beefcake said, yes. And he said, okay. He said, I guess you're the one I need to be talking to. He said, who's taking care of him at home? And he said, my mom. And he looked over at her. No, she's got emphysema too. She can barely breathe. And he said, oh no, this is not going to work. She can't take care of him. You can't take care of him. He needs to be in a rehab to rehab his bones and stuff. And he said, but I'm not even worried about that right now. He said, I need you guys to understand. He's got a huge mass on his colon. I've got to get in there and biopsy it. And his mom's still not hearing anything, you guys. She doesn't know what the hell's going on. She's shaking her head and smiling. So they wanted to do more blood work or try to get him to use the bathroom, whatever. So we got his mom to come out and sit in the waiting room with us, and we explained it to her so she could hear it. And then also tell her he's not going home tonight. He has, the next day, which was yesterday, was going to be Sunday. It's going to be Mother's Day. There's not going to be any surgeries done unless it's a dire emergency, So we said he's probably going to be in there for a couple of days, and then they want to put him in a rehab because and she can't help him, you guys. And so I asked her, I said, Mom, I said, has he fallen? He's got all these broken bones. And she said, no, he broke his back. Remember when he lifted a case of water up, and then he screamed, and then he set it back down. And that week they made an appointment. They got a thing done on his back, and it came back that he had a broken vertebrae. And they said you could either have surgery or you could just do pills. He's 83 years old. And so he said, I don't want surgery. And they were like, well, you got to go on pills because you're not going to be able to handle the pain, which all of us that have back problems, we know. Well, now we've got all these other broken bones. And I was like, Mom, has he fallen? And she said, well, he did fall one time last week. And I was like, why didn't you tell us? And she said, because he got up, he was fine. I was like, has he been complaining of his ribs hurting or not being able to take in a deep breath? And she said, no, but he's got breathing problems too. They're both sitting over there huffing and puffing on that stuff. And they don't tell us things. It's like they're scared to say anything to us because they don't want us to know how bad it is. And I can't get through to them, well, now they don't have a choice, but because the doctors are all involved now. But I would always tell them, look, I'm not trying to take away your independence. I'm not gonna. I don't want to. But, there are programs out there that will help you that you can get a CNA to come in here and that will make sure that y'all get your medications. They could switch your bed linens because she can't even make a bed, you guys, without not being able to breathe. And I said, and that all, if not most, of that is going to be paid for through the VA. He's a veteran. I was like, so why aren't you doing it? And she said, because I don't want no one in my house. And I was like, this makes no sense. I said, you got to get serious about life. And what if you are not going to move in with me and let me take care of you guys, then this is the route we have to go. And because you can't do it, you can't lift him to the toilet. So now the doctors are involved and he's still in the hospital. She's home alone. She wouldn't let me stay the night with her. And my husband's sister flew out this morning while her mom's at home alone and her stepdad's in the hospital. And I couldn't believe it when because me and her were sitting out in the waiting room while they were back there. And I was like, what are you going to do? Because I know what Beefcake would do. He'd be calling work and say, look, I'm not coming in this week. We had an emergency and my mom needs me and I got to stay here. She didn't do that. And Beefcake is leaving town, right? He's going to Geneva on Saturday. That can't be changed anymore. It's already been changed once. The ticket's already all bought. Everything's already done. The hotel over in Geneva, everything's done. He has to go. Hi, John Wayne. I was thinking about you. How are you? Hi, Lizzo. I hope you had a good mother. Oh, your Mother's Day's not it. Well, I still hope you had a good day. Anyways, so it's all up in the air. Then his mom calls today, you guys. And I was like, look, I'm coming. And she's like, why are you coming? I said, I'm going to come and stay the night with you. She said, I don't want you to stay the night with me. And I was like, well, I'm worried. And, something happens with your breathing or whatever. Because she couldn't talk to 911 because she was that much out of breath. I called him and I was like, here you go. Tell him to get here. She said, I can't breathe. So if something goes on with her, who the hell's going to call 911 for her? And I'm like, Mom, just let me come. I won't bother you. You can still go to bed at 7:30 at night. Won't bother you. I'll just make sure you get up to the hospital to see Bob and do whatever it is you got to do. Y'all, she wouldn't even sit in the wheelchair for me because she was like, how far is his room going to be? Because they told us they were going to move him up to the next floor for overnights. And I was like, Mom, don't worry about it. We'll just put you in one of these wheelchairs right here and I'll take you up. And she said, I'm not sitting in a wheelchair. I was like, oh my God. Well, she could barely walk to get up to the room. It was terrible. So also what I didn't know happened on Saturday was that Baby Chow had come home to surprise me for Mother's Day. And I'm sitting over in the hospital with his grandfather. And I looked at his location because y'all know me, I'm checking out everybody's location at all times. And I saw he was at home and I looked at Beefcake. I was like, Beefcake. I was like, Baby Child's at home. And he said, I know. I was like, why didn't you tell me? He said, because he came to surprise you so he could take you to breakfast, which was supposed to be Sunday morning. But of course, we finally made it to brunch. And then I was headed out to my mother-in-law's house. And she told me she didn't want anybody there with her, that she was going to be fine. Okay. What do you do? She sounds like your mom. I mean, what do you want to still honor them, like not take away their independence? There's kind of, for the most part, nothing wrong with her brain. She just can't hear and she can't hardly breathe. But I understand where they're coming from as far as like, I'm still a human. I should still make my own decisions. I don't need you kids doing this for me. Then just let us help. I mean, I don't And then it's not my parents. So I'm stuck it because if it was my mom, I'd be like hell, mom, you do what the hell you're told to and shut up. Go in there and sit down. I'll talk to you in a minute. You know what I mean? My mom knew that she was dependent on me and my sister. And she never gave a shit. She was like, whatever you girls think, I'm fine with. You know what I mean? But my gosh. So I don't want to overstep my bounds, you know, and become this bitch that I am, that I can be to them, because they're not. I mean, I just don't understand this. I don't understand why the sister flew back out of here knowing her mother is this sick and that her father-in-law's in the hospital, her mother-in-law is staying by her mom is staying by herself. And I told her, I said, your brother's flying out to Geneva, so what would you like me to do? I guess I don't mind going back and forth. It's an hour each way. I won't be able to stay the night because I've got dogs and I don't have anybody here to take care of my dogs. But at least I could get her tucked into bed and lock myself out. I don't know what's going to happen, but it is the worst feeling in the world to be to just everything's up in the air. I don't work like that. I want a plan, and then even if it's a plan that I don't like, I still want a plan. You know, I can't just live in this, oh, maybe we'll move to Ohio. Maybe I'll move in with you. Maybe we'll sell our house. Maybe we'll do this. He might go to rehab, but if he declines it, he doesn't have to go. I'm like, wait, what? The man has dementia. You're going to let him decide if he wants to go to rehab. I don't understand. But even the emergency room doctor in there said, let me figure all this out. He said, but I'm going to send a caseworker in to talk to you guys because he's got to be in rehab. He's got to go to rehab. But I think his doctor, because he's 83 years old, you guys, they know he has dementia. They know he's not going to want to do surgery. So they're just like, go home and die. You know what I mean? And it pisses me off. If that's the way that they have to think according to their field, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I just play one on YouTube. But they should have known to they're elderly, set them up, and they know he is a VA, a veteran. Set him up with the VA so that they could get assistance so they could stay in their own house. It's just freaking annoying to me. Through damn baptisms, we still not scared all of us. Good morning, RC. RC true crime, that is terrible. Does he start wheezing whenever like he's running a lot physically? Like, does any physical activity cause him to have asthma problems or breathing problems? Anyways, so that's what's been going on here the last couple of days. John Wayne's been working more than he would like. Beefcake parents sound like my parents, bloody stubborn buggers. Yes. God, I hate when they don't listen to you. I told my daughter today, my oldest daughter called me this morning to wish me a happy Mother's Day. And then after we got done talking and all, I thanked her for giving me a grandchild. She's like, you're welcome. And she said, oh, you're not thanking me for me. I was like, well, I think I spit you out. You spit my grandchild out. But I was like, no. I was like, you kids can suck it. I said, you all grew up. You got your own minds. None of you people listen to me. I got nothing for you. I'm thankful for my grandkids. And she just started laughing. I remember my mom telling me the same thing. You can suck it. All I care about is my grandkids. I'm like, all right, Mom. Okay. Tell your grandkids to go and get you one of those. She used to like black and blue salads, you guys, from Cracker Barrel or something like that. And she would call me, Lainey, Go get mama. You can get mama a black and blue salad if you love me. That's what she would say. And I was like, what if I don't love you today, Mom? She's like, can you go get it anyways? Y'all, she knew she had me wrapped completely. So when she told me to suck it, that her damn kids didn't listen to her anymore. All she cared about was the grandkids. I was like, all right, next time you want a black and blue salad, call one of them grandkids. Y'all, them grandkids would take her anything she wanted to. My mama wanted for nothing. Nothing. She was spoiled rotten. And she knew it. Thank you so much. If you guys don't mind dropping your links in chat before I forget, because I will forget, please drop your links in chat. If somebody's in here with that doesn't have a wrench, please let the mods know. They'll be happy to drop your link for you. Please start dropping links for me. I appreciate it so much. I'm going to start some coffee really quick, and I will be RB. Don't leave without me, people.
In the studio we laugh all day. She's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. With a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day.
Boom, baby. Boom. Thank you guys so much for dropping those. I appreciate it. If you haven't hit the like, I'll do that. I'll wait. While we drink Diet Coke. I've almost got all my coffee gone. Making more. Y'all sub up to my friends. Got a question. I was going to wait till Maggie gets here, but it's burning. Got a burning question. So we'll find out from y'all what you say. And then when Maggie gets here, I'll find out what she says. What's the difference, especially for those of y'all that are not in the US of A? What is the difference between a twat and a cunt? That's not a joke. I'm really asking it. I want to know. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll just wait. Right here, I need some answers. What's the difference in calling someone a twat or a cunt? Somebody please let me know that ASAP. And while I wait, I'm just going to play my favorite cunt song.
Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. We're bastards and we're gits. We're wankers and we're shits. But sometimes that is just one word that absolutely fits. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. A fact that any Catholic won't deny. I once shagged my girlfriend's sister. My gran's dead. I've never missed her. Ooh, what a cunt. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes.
Seriously, Steve, fuck off.
Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. See the beggar passing by, make a kitty cry. You're in your father's will, when's he gonna fucking die? Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes. Don't say you're not, you cunt, because that's a lie.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt.
Give him the cunt, says Dad. Cunt. Everybody's a bit of a cunt sometimes.
Just my favorite. A cunt is mean. A twat is just an idiot. That's your opinion? Okay. Anne says twat is stupid or obnoxious person. Melly says they're both the same to me. Anne says, but can also be used for the C word. Lizzo says the C word is more offensive, which means cunt. A twat is an idiot. Yeah, as in South Africa, we say twat when you did something stupid. Lizzo says, I have to be raging to use the C word. And Anne says, in the UK, they only use twat for C. Now, honestly, seriously, I thought they were the same thing. In my world, calling you a twat is now I'm talking about in my world. I can't speak for all of America. But if I call you a twat, I'm calling you a cunt. It's just cunt is, I understand that it is more not socially acceptable is the word twat. Therefore, it pisses more people off. Therefore, if I'm really, really pissed off at you, I'm going to call you a cunt. But sometimes I'll call you a cunt just when we're joking around. Can't help it. Melly Jo says she only uses it when she's angry as well. They refer to the same thing. Right. Right. So I don't know. I mean, I've heard people call people twat that says they would never use the C word. And I'm thinking, but aren't you really saying the same thing? It's the same. My mom once told me, my mom once said, I had said something with the word friggin in it. I was like, that friggin blah, 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 whatever. She looked at me and she said, Lainey, she said, don't say that. And I was like, why? And she said, well, if you're going to say friggin, you might as well say fucking. She said, you're using it with the same intent behind it. You're just using a different way of saying it, using it as slang. And I was like, wow, so you're saying I can say fucking? I was like 12. She said, no, I didn't say you could say that. And I was like, but you did. And she said, no. She said, I told you to quit saying friggin because it means fucking. And I was like, I'm sorry, I'll never say fucking again. I was just excited that I was 12 years old and telling my mom fucking. But she's right. You could say friggin. You can call, what's another word for bitch that people use? I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same intent behind it. Right? Sorry, I'm eating a plate on the keyboard and didn't see I was typing. It's kind of like saying shit and shite. I find shite to have much more expression. Cunt and twat is the same one, but more expressive. Gotcha. But it's really saying the same thing. It's just saying it more, I guess twat is more acceptable than the word cunt. But I'm like, you're still cussing. It's still saying the same thing, just like friggin' and fucking. So yeah, I was just curious about how you guys felt about that. Not that it's going to change me any. Listen, I'm too old to change. Probably just not going to ever change. It's just not going to happen. That's all you can fit in. That sounds good, though. A slice of beef and a couple sweet potatoes. Nice. I'm just going to sit here until something wonderful happens. I think I've lost my groove. I think I've lost my groove. Hello, lunch lady. How are you, love bug? Y'all tap that screen. Tap that screen. Are you working today, lunch lady? That was your cue? Thank God. 'Cause I'm just here to be here so I could say that I could get back into the way that things used to be, but just don't feel my groove. I just wanted to complain for just a minute. I did, however, for Mother's Day, you guys, I got an iPad. I don't know how to work it yet. Before baby child left this morning, he set up the iPad and he's like, Mom, it's just like your phone. It's just on a bigger screen. You do everything on it that you do on your phone. I picked it up and it feels funny in my hands. And it doesn't look like my phone, so it doesn't feel like my phone. But I did order a case for it last night. Maybe it'll feel better in my hands. It's just so thin. It's the only thing I own also that is pink, just so you guys know. I don't own anything pink. It's Monday. Nobody has any groove yet. Oh. Is it Monday? It is Monday. That's right. You're correct. I hope so, Aussie True Crime. I mean, I've wanted one for a long time, and I was really, really, really shocked, um, when they handed it to me, and then I got overwhelmed by it. You're not a pink girl either, April? No, I'm not either. I like the color pink, but I don't know, I can't explain it. I don't know if it's too much of a girly thing or if it's an overused color. But then I did order I ordered some shirts, and I just started putting stuff in the damn cart that I wanted. And then, I went to go pay out and realized I had like 5 green shirts. That was overkill. So I deleted some because I tend to go with green, any color green, black and brown. Those are my and blue. I used to do a lot of blue. But for shirts and orange, I do a lot of orange shirts in the summer. But everything was green. I was like, oh, for the love of God. But the green is what I naturally grab to. I think I'll get in the habit of it. It's just hard. Kind of like when you get a new phone and you're like, oh shit. You get used to your own phone, how to use it, and then you get a new one, even if it's like the same type, but it's just a different series, and it just takes a while to figure it out. So I am excited about it, but I hope I can figure it out because Maggie gets aggravated with hers, you guys. She's so used to her phone that she gets really aggravated with it. You bought her first green dress yesterday? I have a Fire tablet. I watch YouTube on it and can't chat. Have to use the laptop or a phone to chat. Oh. How are you, Diamond Lucidity? Have you started planting flowers yet? April says you'll get used to it in no time. I hope so. Think I'll like it better with the case on because it'll be thicker. Chicken or beef? As in what, honey? Chicken or beef, what? It depends. Red and black are your usual colors. Maggie sent me a picture Friday, I think. No, she's already so dark. She is dark. Planting a garden and flowers. Oh, good for you. Are you gonna put them up on your page, Diamond? Because I want to see. Nice, Anne. I love that. Lizzo, do you have when is your guys' Mother's Day? When is England's Mother's Day? Did you guys already have it? And just had a question. I know it's not Coburger Wednesday, but did everybody get to watch the Dateline episode? Anybody? Everybody? I got it downloaded and I've watched pieces of it, but I haven't watched the whole thing. Or I watched pieces of it to know what else they released, but I want to watch the whole thing. But what I've heard, it's terrible. It's terrible, April, isn't it terrible? It's in March. It's always the week after before my birthday. Gotcha, Lizzo. I thought we had already had it for you guys. Wasn't sure. It's the stuff that I heard. It just, first of all, the first thing I thought was, we always know that there's so much we didn't know, right? But after I heard the things that Dateline put out, I was like, no wonder those police in that area said They had never seen any other, they had not seen another murder scene like that one. It's terrible. Some of the things that were leaked were true. You're right, April. You're right. It's horrible. What they did to Ethan's legs, and I can't even imagine what it is totally on it. I have so much to go over and figure out because hell, they might as well go ahead and put that part of getting lunch packed, but I'm listening. Okay, lunch lady. Oh my God, I just felt like eating something because she said that. Damn it. Let's see something if they've released anything. I just want to see if they put anything else out. No, I've seen all this already. Okay. It's all right. There's some chocolate pudding in the refrigerator, and when he said that, I just thought of it. Hungry? Hold on just a second. I had a big lunch. It was so good. Went out with my son and best friend. That's nice. I was shocked what I heard, what happened to Ethan. I know. Oh my God, you guys. Here, let me bring this up real quick. See what it says. Why would Brian take the extra time to do that to Ethan? Maybe because he was a man. Hold on, I'll show you, Diamond. Hold on. Let's look at what this says. Y'all, listen, watch your volume, okay?
Hours after the middle of the night stabbing deaths at 1122 King Road, Brian Koberger was on Amazon shopping for a K-Bar knife and sheath, the same brand of sheath investigators had found in the bed of one of the victims, left behind, they believe, by the killer. That and the rest of what we're reporting comes from records in the possession of law enforcement and from multiple sources with direct knowledge of the case. That same week.
So see, we thought that he was just on Amazon looking for a replacement sheath. No, he was looking for both of them, a knife and a sheath.
The week after the killings, Koberger began viewing or saving on his phone photos, videos, and news updates about the murders. He did that at least 60 times.
He was collecting everything, all the reporting about the incident.
It's very common. He's been watching all these things.
A month after the murders, on December 15th, Koberger watched a video that included this quote, "Something is wrong with me. I can't be who I need to be. Something is wrong with me. Will it last for eternity?"
He doesn't fit into society.
In late December, 6 weeks after the murders of Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, records show Koberger, a criminology student, was again on his phone playing a clip from a YouTube program called Ted Bundy, The Essence of a Psychopath.
You guys, have you watched that? Have any of you guys watched Ted Bundy? Secrets of a Psychopath. Oh my God, you guys, it's so good. It is so good. I watched it way before that. Listen, I want to know what the Probergers think about this. I have decided that I'm going to start calling myself a Conberger. I'm a Conberger.
My name is Ted Bundy.
Within 24 hours of that, 2 selfies. Koberger dressed the same way
more
Bundy is
selfies,
pictured
guys.
on that program. And finally, 2 days later on Thursday, December 29th, Brian Koberger pulled up a song on his phone by Britney Spears. The title, Criminal. Tactical teams arrested Koberger less than 2 hours later. He has pleaded not guilty to all charges. Keith Morrison, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News.
So that part didn't tell him, but what it says that I guess he stabbed Ethan, which we already knew that, and then he also carved things in the backs of his legs, or I think it's in the back of his legs. Anyways, he made carvings with the knife in his legs. Okay, Aussie True Crime, putting the baby to bed. It makes me think he may have fallen over something and been slashing his legs. Oh, God. Well, they said he never got out of bed. They said Ethan never got out of bed. I don't know. But, I mean, I don't think even Dateline's going to know everything. They just, a lot of stuff got leaked. And then, they sat in a chair. They said the chair was soaked. Yeah. But you know what I didn't see that they said the chair was soaked. But like I said, I haven't really watched it. But it said that they could tell he sat down after killing Ethan and Xana. And they were like, everybody was asking, how would he have gotten blood on his butt? And the only thing I thought of is, you know how, I don't know about you guys, but like after I do dishes, I'm always, or if there's not a towel like right there, I'll wipe my hands across my pants, front of my shirt, my butt. You know what I mean? So it just makes me wonder, was he just wiping off, his gloves onto his butt and then he happened to sit down? But it's a different story if the chair was soaked. I mean, that would have to come from somebody bleeding, I would think. He looks like the Grim Reaper in those pics. Yeah, well, those 2 pictures that he took is like what Ted Bundy looked with in that documentary. Ted Bundy had pictures like that as well. But y'all, I'm telling you right now, imagine how many pictures they've got of him. Because remember when I said, I wonder how many selfies he's taken, right? He just didn't look like the type of guy that would take a lot of selfies. But now that I think about it, with as egotistical as he is, I think he would. And then they also said that he had pictures saved on his phone from Maddie, Kaylee, and Xan, even their friends. You guys, he had them saved on their phone. What a freaking creep. Hi, Sean. Aloha. I hope you're well, Sean. And the fact that, I'm going to have to rethink the whole thing. I'll be like going over this, trying to put it together in my mind. But that it's a possibility that Xana went upstairs and that he chased her down the stairs. I think we're going to find, Listen, I don't know how anybody can sit here and stare at my avatar and tell me Brian Koberger isn't guilty. I don't understand it. I'm going to need some kind of thought process. But the more and more that comes out, I'm just like, you guys, this is worse than OJ. This is worse than what OJ did. And I don't think there's anybody on the planet that believes OJ didn't do it. So I just don't I will not understand. Come Wednesday and Thursday, when we talk about it, anybody coming in here to tell me that Brian still didn't do it. What he's done is worse, way worse than what OJ did to them too. And then I pulled up pictures. What I didn't show you guys, I didn't want to put it on the screen, but I told you guys to go look at the death photos of what OJ did to his ex-wife and how much blood just from one person was at the scene. And there are 4 people at the scene. 4. Then I also got to thinking, well, actually I was watching somebody's chat and tried to stay awake as best I could while it was going on, because I didn't have NBC or whatever it was played on. So I was watching a chat that was watching it, and they were still asking about, well, then why did it take Dylan 8 hours to call? And then I heard the host say, do you believe that Dylan had anything to do with it? And the person said no. And he said, then really, what does it matter? I mean, we're going to find all that out, because the coroner said that it doesn't matter if they were called right away, that they wouldn't have been able to save any of their lives, that they were dead by the way he walked away from them. By the time he walked away from them, they were already dead. So, and I thought about that, and I thought, well, we are going to have to just wait to hear about it and try to understand it as best we can when it comes to trial time. But really, it just doesn't make any sense if you don't believe. Now, if you believe that Dylan had something to do with the deaths, then yeah, that works right into your narrative about her waiting that long to call. But if you don't believe that, then, I mean, you're just going to have to try to figure out a way in your brain to justify that. And if they were justified, they couldn't have been saved. That's right. It's terrible. So now we've heard, I mean, oh God. I'm blown away. I'm blown away that anybody could do. I mean, I'm blown away that anybody could murder anybody, but to murder people what was the point in cutting into his legs? Unless you're just sadistic, you know what I mean? And what's the point in telling Xana, I'm here to help you, unless you're sadistic? And then what's the point in beating Kaylee up so bad that she was going to die from her facial wounds, even if she had not been stabbed? You know what I mean? I mean, the one that got the least of it was Maddie, which was who I've always believed that was the intended person that he was wanting to kill. Sean says, I was busy yesterday at my 4 girls elementary school fundraiser, which I taught my 3rd grade daughter's class to do the boot scoot boogie. I love that. Pure hate and anger. Yeah, it's got to be sadistic. It's just, I've never even heard of that Britney Spears song. Hey, Leanie, to your question, a twat is your present wife. A cunt RC, you nut. A twat is your present wife. A cunt used to be your wife. Now ex-wife. Final answer. I'll take it. I will take it. Sean, good for you, honey. Get in there and teach some kids how to dance. Get in there and teach them. Did y'all hit the like? Anybody hit the like? Give me a second. Thank y'all so much. 16 likes. I appreciate it. So me waiting does help out. I'll just wait. You love cowboys. Yeah, girl. Y'all, I saw a police officer at that hospital night before last night. Oh my God. All I kept thinking about was being cuffed. His shoulders were this big. I'm not kidding you. Oh, man. He had me all kind of messed up. Want to ride you like a cowboy. Gonna kick you with my spurs on. Almost feeding time. All right, Ann. I love you so much. Have a good day, night, evening. I've been a Hawaiian cowboy all my life. Sean, come here. Let me talk to you. I want to talk to you about that. Do you want to come up, Sean? I want to talk to you about the witness protection program. There you go, Sean. Take the link. Come and talk to me about the witness protection program. What a good man. Hello.
Yeah, what's up, man?
What a good man. Hello.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, you got me on twice. Did you turn it off? Okay.
Yeah, I just shut down the laptop.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh God. Do y'all just not love Sean? I mean, the minute he comes up here, ain't nobody asked him. He's just like, let me take my shirt off for these ladies.
Yeah, it's
He
hot.
loves us. Oh, I bet it is hot, and it's getting hot in here too. So take all your clothes.
Boy.
Sean, we love you.
Yeah, so the witness protection program was established in the 80s when Reagan was in the position in the presidency. And then they would use this island to house some of the victims from the mainland here.
So, did you know anybody?
I would hear the stories because our island would be involved because we would protect the family here.
Uh-huh.
And we would watch the airport because that's the only way you can come in.
Well, yeah, and you know, I'm gonna be honest with you. I had never heard of your island until I met you.
Yeah.
Never. So that doesn't surprise me. Does it still go on there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah.
Now, if any of our celebrities go over there, you know, and try to hide out,
There was
You
one.
kick them the
Oh
hell
no,
out.
there were two actually.
So it was Zuckerberg and who else?
No.
Oh, there were
Paris.
two trying to hide out?
Well, they came here,
Tell me.
and Paris Hilton.
Oh, I like her now. I didn't like her so much then, but I like her
Yeah,
now.
she came after that stupid show she had with Lionel Richie's daughter.
I liked that show. What was it called? Something Life. I forget what it is. The Crazy Life or something
Idiots.
like that.
Yeah, where they acted like idiots.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. You know,
Yeah, I know.
silly
Ditzy
little
blonde.
stuff.
Ditzy blonde.
Yeah, yeah.
And,
So and then who else?
and the other one was Ronda Rousey came here. She got married on the island. Yeah. Her and Travis Hopper Brown. Another MMA fighter.
So they got married on your island?
Yes.
Did all you guys show up for it or help?
No, we heard about it, but we kind of kept this paparazzi at bay.
Oh.
Told them that they're not allowed to come here.
Oh, I didn't know. Well, I didn't know that. I didn't. Wow.
Yeah, she didn't ask for it, but that's part of our community that we don't want you coming here and your tabloid stories and telling stories that's not true.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is like, all of these child abusers and
Yes.
you make sure to keep them off that well-kept secret
Oh, of
island. Kick them
Of
off
course, yes.
after you
and
kick their ass.
Also, we would protect also the women that got abused in their relationships that are under the witness protection program.
Wow. How do you say your island again?
Molokai.
Molokai.
Yeah, but you can't say Molokai.
Molokai. That's what you call
Yeah.
it, Molokai. Yeah. And I had never heard of it until I met you. I wonder how many little islands are out there, though, that they do. Now, listen, I think they should send all these pedophiles, round Diddy up and all his Diddy people and Diddy diddlin stuff, send them on over to Epstein Island, give them all a gun and tell them last man standing wins. No, I'm serious. Just do it. We don't even want to hear about you guys in court. I don't want to pay for it. Just go over to that island and kill each other.
That's why Guantanamo will be a perfect venue for that. Send them out of America.
Yeah.
Let them go to Guantanamo Bay.
The Hunger Games would be perfect, April. It would be perfect. I'm serious. I'm tired of these losers. And you know what pisses me off? Well, there's a lot that pisses me off. You guys know. I stay pissed off. That we release the names of, or somehow not release them, but they get leaked. Names of victims. But how about we don't get any leaked of the names of the perpetrators?
Of the people charged. Yeah.
Isn't that bullshit?
Yeah, that is.
Like
that is.
all of Epstein's
That is.
people. We know little bits here and there, but not even what they've all done. But they've hidden that. But yet, sure, we got names of victims. And Diddy, all we've got is Diddy.
Oh, he's got a lot, and he's really ain't spilling it out.
Yeah, and
the other one is R. Kelly too.
Yeah,
R. Kelly's got his entourage.
Yeah, and they're still running things from on the inside.
Yeah,
they're still doing it. But my problem is that they need to leak the perpetrators' names. Somebody's got to get some kind of morals to them and quit victimizing the victims. I think it's shit.
Well, it's more complex than that because soon after they get out of the way, somebody else is going to take their spot and get monetized.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which, I really thought, like, after COVID happened and everybody was signing deals with Netflix. Remember that? Like, a lot of deals came out with Netflix because we didn't know when it was all going to end and Hollywood was going to open back up. And I really thought, and I kind of hoped that would go away. Like the whole movie thing like that, and that they would all just do like Netflix and stuff like that. We could still go pay to see it, but they wouldn't be paid as much money.
No,
It's ridiculous.
Now it is. Now it is because with all the tariffs on Hollywood, they're not gonna have that much movies coming out over the winter or after summer and stuff like that. No way.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, there's no funding for it. You know.
Yeah, I was listening to because of course I'm trying to follow the Diddy case. It pisses. I understand if it's federal court, we don't get to be inside the courts.
Yeah.
But somebody had brought up Aaron Carter. Do you guys remember Aaron Carter?
Oh, he died.
And his death, right? And
Yeah,
then
he died.
his mom wants the case opened back up because she feels like it wasn't investigated. They just automatically said it was suicide.
No.
When 2 days prior, did you guys know that? 2 days prior, he put out a on
SOS.
TikTok, that they were coming to get him and people were trying to kill him. And
Yeah.
2 days later, why would you put out somebody's trying to kill me and 2 days later take your own life? That don't make any sense.
Well, he probably because Aaron Carter, as we know, he had a major alcohol drug problem.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes when you're in the Hollywood extents, you feel like you're untouchable and you can just go ahead and get away with shit, and you're not. You can't. You're just a normal way with everybody, but you're just more famous and more richer. But that doesn't change anything in the situation.
Well, I'm gonna I was talking to Beefcake about it when we were in the car, and I said, because also in his video he put out that he was trying to raise $100,000 so that he could move and go to a remote place where nobody knew him, because he even thought his family was trying to kill him.
Yeah.
And I'd never heard of this stuff before, right? I didn't follow Aaron Carter. I can't name one song. But anyways, I told my husband, I said, look, here's what gets me about these people. Like, they think $100,000 isn't a lot of money. If someone handed you $100,000 or me $100,000 or anybody in this chat $100,000, we'd be like, oh my God, you guys, it would change our lives. Okay. One way or another, it would better our lives. But for them, it's like $100,000 is like asking someone for it's like asking somebody for $100 bill. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I said, and they think to them, if they sell their house and then they go buy a $400 house in the Midwest somewhere, that they are actually living in the slums.
Yeah.
When it's to us, if we're living in a 400,000 house, we're living high on the hog.
Exactly. And with the millions they spend on a household and cars, you could have bought something a lot cheaper and a lot reasonable.
That's right. That's right.
You know?
Lulu says, I have a bit of a controversial opinion. Some women did these things all for the money. Yes, it was yuck for them, but not all were trafficked. Just because there's regret don't mean you a victim. No. I totally get that. When the money dries up, all of a sudden you come to some
blaming
morals.
everybody else.
Yeah, you get some kind of morals, and what they did to you was wrong. I agree with you, Lulu, 100% about that.
Yeah.
But you know what? Not all of them are like that. And the ones that have, I mean, they said that they had so many charges on Diddy, but yet he's only being charged with 2 trafficking things. And that's all he did was that stuff. And the only one mentioning names are the people who couldn't be bought. It's just terrible. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And here's another reason why I think they need to release the fucking names, because if they would release those names of people that are involved in all of this shit, y'all, they're going to end up broke as a joke on Diet Coke like me that quick, because you're going to quit watching their shows. You're going to quit watching their movies. You're going to quit buying their music. I mean, how many people have been taken down and now are working as trashmen that own multi-billion-dollar homes because they said or did something stupid, and the public was like, "We're done with you. You're done." And
Yeah.
that's why I think, because if you don't know, they're still your heroes, and
Yep.
you're still gonna love them and support them.
Yep.
Lulu says it's the same in Brandon Traxa, creator of The Ordinary Skincare. He did weird post videos that people were after him. He fell off a building. No CCTV where he fell, but everyone else was there. Yeah. It's terrible.
Well, it's a lot like how Biggie said. Biggie Smalls, Notorious B.I.G.
Mm-hmm.
More money, more problems. Because you're always going to be admired, you're going to be watched, and you're never going to have a privacy ever again.
No.
You know?
And it is amazing what people would do for the money. Now, I don't know if this is true, but somebody told me that, I think it was Cat Williams. Cat Williams did a show with, he's done a couple shows so far, but he did a show with two other people, and he said was it Cat Williams that said it? Anyways, he said he turned down $50 million 4 times from them because they wanted him to wear a dress. And I was like, what does that have to do with anything? And he said that all those people on the freak offs or whatever, at those places that end up becoming those people's victims,
Yeah.
So they would wear the men would wear dresses. And then he also told me that when you went to the white parties, the women all had to wear white fingernail polish, which is a big deal now, right? A lot of women are wearing white fingernail polish now. But because that's the way Diddy wanted it. So if they were having another kind of a party, the women who wore the men who wore the white fingernails were the ones that were part of the show, were part of the playground.
Yeah.
Y'all, it's just terrible.
It is. And then a lot of celebrities think they can just get away with it, throw money here.
Well, they do. They do, because nobody will release names.
Yeah.
And it's because people are dying out there. I'm surprised Cat Williams is still alive. Are you guys? I'm surprised.
I believe the reason why he is still alive, because he has a lot of protection. He knows a lot of people.
Yeah, but I mean...
No, but then see, the other thing too is the people that wants him to die is the ones that are getting exposed of being a phony comedian.
Yeah.
Like Mencia, like Carlos Mencia. He's not even Mexican.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Carlos Mencia is not even Mexican.
What
he
is
plays
he?
a character. Yeah.
I didn't know he wasn't Mexican.
No, he's not Mexican.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He got exposed for that. Joe Rogan exposed him for that.
Well, there was a guy. Do you guys remember the guy back when we were all kids, and he was the Indian sitting on the horse, and I think and a tear would come down his
because of pollution.
Yes, he was not an Indian.
Dude.
Yeah,
he was a white dude.
And I just found that out like within the last 5 years.
Yeah,
I was like, no way.
Yeah,
he was not even Indian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
So weird. So weird.
There's a lot.
There is a lot. There is. Thank you, Lizzo, for dropping that. I appreciate that. Just to let everybody know, Maggie is working on getting our what is that thing called, you guys? Shoot fire 3 times. Discord. Maggie's working on getting the Discord set up. So if you want to join membership, we will be doing that over on Discord. Because I have to come up with something to pay you guys back for memberships. So yeah, we'll be doing that. So look forward to that. You guys keep an eye on community posts. Things will start coming out there. There was something else I was going to tell you. Oh, about the Diddy thing, you guys. I was researching, not that I really had to research much. It's all out there, but y'all, my heart breaks for, and I've told you guys this before, I think, but what's that kid's name? Bieber?
Justin Bieber.
Oh my God. Y'all, I thought he was just this punk little bitch, right? I was just like, oh God, just another one of those, bad influences on kids. Y'all, he's been abused. He's messed up.
Yeah. The record company, remember he was a Bad Boys in the 2000?
Yeah.
The record company actually set him up to be that character.
Oh my God. Him and then Usher.
Yeah. That's another one.
My
Usher,
God.
but Usher is a scrub. Because what he did to the girl from TLC.
Oh yeah.
He cheated on her. He had the chance to be with her, and then he screwed that up.
Well, most men do screw things up until they get a little bit older. But I like some of his music. I liked him on.
I do too. But that's the one thing that gets after me. The other one is Chris Brown.
Oh yes. But you guys remember? Okay, so do you guys remember when Chris Brown, Martin Lawrence, and there was one more? Maybe you can help me with. Remember, you guys? They all had these psychotic breaks, and they had great. Dave Chappelle. No. Not, I don't know about Kanye, but Dave Chappelle had a great show on pay-per-view or whatever. He was doing stand-up. He's funny as hell. And then Martin Lawrence had the Martin Lawrence show. And then y'all, and they all had public, remember they found him out on the street just walking around fucking crazy?
Yeah, he was doing the wrong lines.
Well, not only that, they were all a part of that group. They were all in there with Diddy.
Yeah.
And look, it was after their breakdowns that, remember, Chappelle almost didn't come back.
Yeah.
And he got in, and he didn't stick around very long, but he did come back for a little while.
Comedy Central.
Mm-hmm. But that was because supposedly his breakdown. I don't believe that anymore. But what's really scary too for the public is that, like, people like me, I'm not a real, and I never have been, like, a girl fan of anything like my crushes have always been way older than me. And so like anything, that's trending at the time, I've never been a girl fan of. So a lot of people and things I didn't watch or listen to. But when I heard of like child trafficking, I only heard of that like 2 years ago.
What is that?
Child trafficking.
Oh, no, I've known about that.
I honestly never knew. I honestly never knew. And when I first heard it, I was like, you guys, knock it off. That does not happen.
No,
it does not. And not just children, like even women and men. They're just like gone off the face of the earth. Like nothing ever happened. They were never here. They're just gone. And I was like, oh, it's because they're probably in the desert or in the ocean. And some of them still could be. But when I mean, I seriously am not lying when I say I really didn't believe it. And I don't think I'm
Yeah,
the only one.
yeah, I've heard the stories as far as the Philippines. That's how far sex trafficking goes.
It is terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible. Because remember, the Philippines used to have that army base and then the Air Force
Yes.
base.
Yes.
So that's where the sex trafficking began in the Philippines. When those armies, naval soldiers would come, Air Force soldiers would come over, and they're married and everything, but then they would sleep with the girls down there and pregnant and just leave. And these girls are their age, yeah. So they don't stand by the United States standards, like, oh, that's illegal.
Yeah. RC said he didn't break down and refused to be told what to do. I could see that. I could definitely see that. And good for them. Stick it to the man. That's what I say. Jennifer Lopez has gone very quiet too, and her newest hubby hit the road after Diddy stuff come out. Yeah.
Yeah, you know why? Because Brad wants to kick his ass. Because supposedly there's supposed to be a tape of her and Diddy, and he wanted to release it because Brad got married to her. Yeah, and
Brad.
I mean, not Brad. What's his name?
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck. Yeah, Ben Affleck. I'm sorry. He got mad at Diddy, and had to kick his ass because Diddy, before he went to jail, wanted to release the sex tape of him and J-Lo.
That's dumb. Well, it made Kim Kardashian famous.
And you know how powerful Ben Affleck is. So,
I don't think he's as powerful as Diddy.
No, he is. No,
you think so? Well, I think he's a freaking drunk. He messed up he was funny as hell.
Oh, no,
I liked him.
No, because the thing I noticed about Diddy is that ever since Bad Boy Records have not been selling any records, his protection has kind of gone down. Because he don't have his own entourage involved anymore. He don't have Biggie Smalls, Notorious B.I.G. So without him, he's nothing.
Yeah, and one of his bodyguards came out and started talking too, right?
Yeah, and because Biggie's mom owns all rights to his, all his monies, P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, I don't give a fuck what he calls himself. He ain't shit no more.
Wow.
I actually heard a joke about him recently where one guy told me, Sean, the way he's going to go at it, he's going to have to change his name to Sugar Daddy.
Well, I'm glad he's already used to, I believe in if we can't get justice through the court system, I believe totally in jailhouse justice.
Oh,
yeah. Love it.
He's gonna sit in there until he gets old and wrinkly.
Yeah. And it was sickening. Did you guys hear his confession? Not confession. When he was apologizing on his Instagram or something right before he went to jail. And he was so sorry for his bad behavior and he was really fucked up. That's what I was like, dude, come on. Nobody believes this.
Yeah, he's full of crap.
You don't even believe it yourself. Don't make us try to believe it. Lunch
No.
Lady says, according to Lena, you wouldn't believe the stuff they teach us working for the school system. The FBI comes in and gives us all classes on things that really go on with the CT and how to spot it. Wow, really? I really didn't believe it. I really didn't. But y'all, I tried to live in my picket house. I'll be my picket.
Here's the other thing too, April. He's lost weight because he's not eating the normal meals that he used to have, like all that ritzy food that he used to. He's not eating none of that.
And he's not getting liquor. Liquor will put it on you too.
Yeah. He don't have no wine, no beer, nothing. He can't even smoke a cigarette.
MJ thinks he's an idiot too. Diddy's all gray hair, gray beard, and has lost weight. I think he's gross. God, I think he's gross. But wait. See, and oh God, it just irritates hell out of me because I wish someone would call Jay-Z's name. I wish somebody would call Jada Pinkett Smith's name. I wish somebody would call Will Smith's name. Because y'all, I'm telling you right now, I'll be the first to say it. Let me make sure my doors are locked. Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith, y'all, they ruined their kids.
Yeah,
They ruined their kids.
Yeah, they did.
And you know why I will never forget the interview I watched. Because when they got married, I was all like, oh, they're so cute together. Jada Pinkett Smith is so beautiful. I thought she was so beautiful. Will was funny as all get out. And then they had kids, and their kids were toddlers, and they were doing a interview somewhere. And I remember her saying, they were asking about disciplining of the kids, and she said, we don't discipline our children. She said, they're human beings. We let them make their own decisions about stuff. And we just believe they're going to make the right decisions. And I was like, oh no. In my head, I'm thinking, oh no. What are they making decisions on? Are they, I mean, first they're toddlers. What are you letting them go to bed whenever they want you? Whether they just fall on the floor when they're tired? But I mean, their kids are messed up, and it's so sad. And I'm not talking about because Jaden is gay. I don't know if he's gay or not gay, or that Jayla or whatever the other one's name is. I think she didn't even call herself bisexual. She said she was androgynous or whatever. I don't know what the hell they are, but you could tell, like the way they speak. They're
weird. They're loony.
So sad. And you gotta discipline your kids.
Yeah.
You don't have to discipline them the way that I disciplined mine or the way that I was disciplined, but damn, put some boundaries in there.
You know, you would think Will Smith, you know, in the way he talks, he would at least have some brains up here. But they're both of them. They're loony.
Loony as hell. April T, it's like Lori Vallow, good grief. She's as horrid as her mom now with no Botox and facials. Oh my God, I gotta go get some Botox. Huh.
Oh, none of you women, you know, need that crap. You guys are beautiful without it.
Oh God, Aussie True Crime is having chocolate and strawberries with your daughters. Huh. See, I gotta go get me some pudding.
That's right. You gotta lie down and have a man feed it to you.
No, thank you. I always thought all those fellas were so slimy. Yes, Will, Jada's sicko parents. She's a twisted woman, ruined Will entire marriage. He was living in Tupac's shadow. Will pass the sun on TV? Sicko. You're right. You're right. Hi, Miss Barbara. Hello. You didn't know I was live? I don't know. Oh, well, I didn't know I was already live for almost 2 hours.
Yeah, almost 2 hours. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Miss Barbara. I said it like 20 minutes before I was going to go live, hoping the notice would go out to everybody.
I just saw it on my phone and I was like, oh, she's live. Okay.
I'm working. I told Beefcake, I said, I've really got to work on getting.
No, Nene, you're fine. You're just, you're okay.
No, but I do miss it. And there's just no way I could do it.
Catch you is just a coincidence.
There's just no way I could do it 6-7 days anymore. I mean, I figure if I could do it at least like 2 daytime lives and then 2 nighttime lives, then I'll feel better about myself.
I mean, you can't do 6 shows a week because you have a life too.
I don't have no life. I got a life of what people want me to do.
No,
you just sent me a big old text.
No, but you have your personal life,
Yeah, I do. There's a lot. I got a lot going on. That's for sure.
And then there's some time when you or Beefcake want some nookie cookie,
All right.
Yeah, we call it Nookie Cookie.
Nookie Cookie. There are quite a few clones going around, so I have heard, ladies
Oh, that's too
and
much.
gentlemen. Now, if you guys look at Miss Barbara's picture, hers is the pretty blue. I know there's a clone green Barbara, and I think I saw either an orange or a red as well. If it's not this pretty blue ocean bee, it is not our Barbara.
Well, here's a question. Here's a way of finding out if that's your real Barbara. Ask her a question that only you and Barbara would know.
Then everybody else will know the answer too.
No, but that person will not know the answer.
We can pretty much will tell because if you're a mod, you can click on them and then we know how long they've been on here. But for Miss Barbara, it's been hard and she's been cloned. It's been hard because people outside of this community don't realize that she actually had to switch accounts because all of her stuff got stolen. So it looks like it's not really her because she's been online. She's been online for a long time, but that account got taken away, so she had to start another one. So now it looks like even she's cloning her own self. It's terrible.
Oh, it's coincidental. It's gotta be somebody that is friends with her and that knows how to follow her and knows how to look up her information.
Well, it's like I think all of us that just hang out together, we know how we talk too. What we would say, what we wouldn't say. Are we pissed off enough to say that, or not? I think you can just read it when you know that person. All right, lunch lady, have a good day, honey. I love you. She is going off to feed the babies.
Night, last lady. Well, yeah, but also when Miss Barbara comes in here, she's nothing but loving.
Miss Barbara is she's my worldly mama.
Yeah,
and she is the matriarch of our channel, and we adore her.
So I mean, anybody that tries to clone her cannot be like her.
No, they can't. No, they can't. We know her. We know.
Yeah,
So what did you do? You celebrate Mother's Day?
Yes, I had a barbecue at my in-laws for my mother-in-law and my wife.
Oh, nice. What did you guys cook?
We had steak, we had hamburgers, the basic sausage, hot dogs, deer meat.
How many people were there?
Maybe up to 9.
And you guys had steak, sausage, hamburgers, and deer meat?
And burgers. Yeah, burgers, deer meat, and fish.
Hi, Joyce.
Fried fish.
Oh my God, that's a lot of meat. Do you guys make enough to where you guys can all take some home?
Well, I usually eat down there for lunch and dinner, and then we leave it down there for my father-in-law and my mother-in-law.
Oh, okay. How would you say down there? Like, is it a walk down there or a drive?
It's a drive. It's not that very far from my house.
Okay, but you guys usually drive down there?
Yeah. Remember when I talked on the phone live? That's where I was at.
You were at there? Okay.
Yeah.
Your wife has a beautiful voice. I remember her singing.
Yeah. That night I remember, and then I said I meet you at my house.
Yep.
And I got back on. That's where I was at. Yeah. Tonight. Yeah.
Are your parents still alive?
Yes.
Do you see them?
Well, who, my parents?
Yes.
I haven't talked to my mom in 15 years.
Oh.
Because I'm kind of a black sheep.
You're not a black sheep, Sean.
Yeah, so being that I'm the youngest, and my two parents.
You're the youngest? You can't be a black sheep if you're the youngest. That
no,
doesn't
that's
happen.
what I'm treated as. Because my two parents split. They both got married, to other people, and just because I live on this island, I'm the only child of hers that lives on this island. I was told by that stepfather. Remember, I told you he passed. I was told never to come to the property.
Why though? Were you a rebel?
No, but then they also at age 5 of my oldest daughter, they took me to court and they got custody for her.
Why?
Because they threatened me if I didn't sign, they were going to take my second oldest daughter.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so that's why I really have not talked to my stepfather or my mother. And my father is all the way in Pennsylvania with
Right.
other women, so I haven't talked to him in over 20 years.
Does your daughter talk to you at all? Or have they turned her against you?
They're kind of doing it right now.
How old is she?
She's a sophomore, going to be junior.
Oh, bless you, Sean.
But then I just stay at home and try to manage what I've got here.
Yeah.
And the last time I talked to my daughter is that if you're gonna act like your grandmother, then you go ahead and be like your grandmother.
Oh wow.
Put up with that.
Do you and you have siblings, right?
Yes.
And what about your siblings? Do you talk to them?
Hardly, because I have 4 siblings out of 5 left.
Okay.
6, yeah, 6 of us. 2 of them passed. My 2 older brothers.
Okay.
One had a sexually transmitted disease who passed before he was 30. Another one who was older than that had this flesh-eating disease that was eating his bones.
Oh my God! How do you get that?
It was hereditary through his mom.
Oh wow! Wait, isn't his mom your mom?
No. See, that's the thing. My dad got married 3 times.
Oh.
He had 3 separate sets of kids.
Oh.
So one set in Alaska, but his ex-wife told him that she didn't want anything to do with him, and doesn't want anything for him to do with the children there.
Oh no!
So he got married to another woman. That woman had 2 boys, and then he got divorced from that one, and he married my mom. My mom was coming out of a marriage where she used to be abused victim by her first husband, who was a boxer, and she had my sister. And so when she got divorced from that, because my grandfather, who's a Filipino, flew to Oahu to get her and told the guy, "You ever come back and try to approach my daughter again, I'll kill you."
Oh.
Yeah, so he brought her back home to Molokai, where she met my father, who was a policeman. And that's how we had my sister and the 3 of us. So there's also 6 of us altogether.
Okay.
And my mother actually raised all 6 of us together by herself. Because
so you all grew up in the same house.
Yes, because what happened is my the marriage that my dad had with the 2 boys' mother, my father didn't know that my mother and that lady are cousins.
Oh my God. Weird.
Yeah. So
that's so weird.
Yeah, so what happened is they were divorced, and so the mother actually got sick and told my father, "You need to take these 2 boys, now they're teenagers. They're over 300 pounds of muscle mass. You need to start taking care of these boys and helping me." So they sent them here, and my mom, being at 5'10", 160 pounds, took care of 6 kids in one household.
Let me say this really quick. RC, is that you? Because I don't even see an avatar. Let me know if that's you, RC, in backstage. So at what age did you and your mom just not get along anymore?
Well, I was having my daughter that when I got my wife pregnant, and this is before I got married to her, and I went to go and tell my mom that she's pregnant at her office. She ended up telling me that's your problem.
Oh.
And that's where I said, you know what, that's it. And I told my wife not to let her have any visitation because I knew what was going to happen. She got close to my daughter to where my stepfather was willing to do anything to have custody of her.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how bad it is. And then I was going to make amends, but what happened is my stepbrothers on his side, when I met them to make my condolences with them, apparently my wife went up there and heard them joking around about me, laughing. Oh, we met Sean, and then he said his condolences, and they started laughing. And my wife is like, don't even go to the funeral. You don't need to deal with that. Yeah.
Sean, I'm so sorry.
No, it's all good, Lee, because, that just shows me how stronger I can be without that kind of, problem. I don't need it.
RC, you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm listening. Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you.
Okay. Good enough. Go ahead. Continue.
So anyway, yeah. So because of that, his funeral is happening next week. I told my wife, you go ahead, you go do the visitation, give them a card, but I won't be there.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry. And then what happened this past Saturday, maybe I told you we had a school fundraiser.
Yes.
One of my cousins actually asked me, oh, are you going to Uncle's funeral next week? And actually I had to explain to her what happened. And I had to explain to her that my mother treats her stepsons like that's her real sons. But when it comes to me, I'm different. And so it is what it is. Let it be. It's all good.
Well, Sean, we will be your other family right here.
Oh, of course.
We love you.
Oh, I love you guys too. And like I said, it's an honor to be amongst you beautiful women. And
you're so sweet.
Your community. It's really an honor.
You're sweet. RC, what's up, honey?
I'm gonna have to disagree. Y'all made him take off his T-shirt.
I did not.
No, she didn't. She didn't make it.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, she didn't. No, this is a voluntarily thing.
RC, I wanted to.
Go ahead.
RC, let me just say this real quick. I wanted to wish you a happy Mother's Day. Not out of disrespect, but as a single father, you play both roles, and I love you for that.
Yeah, oh yeah. It takes it takes a lot of strength to be any single parent. I can tell you,
Thank you for that, but no thanks.
Well, I'm just saying.
And again, my daughters, they did stop by. They brought me cake. That's what they do every year, whether it be
that's cool.
Mother's Day, Christmas, or Veterans Day,
cool.
especially.
Yeah.
But I didn't blame them because I wasn't sure. But the cake had a note on it.
What did it say?
I'm gonna blame the bakery. It said Happy Mother's Day. The first time they brought me home a Mother's Day car, I believe they were around 10 years old.
Yeah.
Around there, the twins, yeah. And I sat them down. I said, listen, I appreciate, your perspective, but at the end of the day, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a bitch. That's what I told them.
Oh, RC.
And they looked at me, they go, what? I said, listen, it's okay, but I'm sorry. I'm your father. I can't be both.
Yeah.
I understand that.
It's not
Yeah.
possible. But I said, not that I'm angry at you guys or nothing, but no, I don't want it. It's not that I don't appreciate it. I just don't want to be titled
Of
something
course.
I'm not. And they understood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So today, I saw a little. I'm like, Happy Mother's Day, but it was like a piece of paper, like somebody labels an item. So I'm
Uh-huh.
pretty sure it was the bakery.
Yeah, okay.
So I let it ride because I didn't get to the cake till after they left. So I was like, well, So I'll give them this one.
No,
You
but
could play.
how old are your daughters? Well,
They just 35 years old, the twins.
so they must appreciate you for being there for the strength, the behind them and to support them.
Oh yeah, it's always, but again, hearing your story,
Yeah.
we all have similar stories.
Right.
I basically I've been through the same crap.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do have a mom. Can I go visit her? Sure. Do I feel like I want to? The answer to that would be most of the time, no.
Can I ask you why?
It's the way she raised us, me and my siblings. She raised us alone, but it was because she was dysfunctional.
Okay. Okay.
But what people don't realize is that sometimes young people shouldn't have kids if they don't know what they're doing. Sometimes young people have no business getting married if they don't know what the hell they're doing or what life is about. And I've had discussions with her over the years, which has been 20 years ago, maybe 30. But, she like, oh, what the hell's wrong with you and this and that. I feel like this. Once you become a grown man or a grown woman and you're living in your own house, nobody tells you what to do in your house.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's like we can't tell our parents what they do in their house, right? So that's a law. That's a rule. That's universal. But anyway, I spent half of my years at grandma's house. And there were horrible reasons behind it. The men that came through the door, the not cooking, not just for me, but the 4 siblings. My sister was raised by my grandma from day one.
Wow.
Oh, really?
And to grow up and finding out that you have a sister at grandma's house
That you didn't know of. Yeah.
that you thinking like, well, maybe she's just a very young aunt. My grandma had 15 kids.
What?
Okay, so I had 8 uncles. One died, so I'm down to 7. I still have 7 aunts.
Oh,
So
that's a lot. 15
when it comes
kids.
to that part of the family, I get along with 90% of them. But then there's 2 that came out similar to my mom's. Dysfunctional is the word I can come up with. Irresponsible. I have an older brother, then I have 2 younger brothers, and I have my sister.
Do you get along with them?
My older brother, for many years, was an alcoholic. And he blew 2 marriages. The second, third oldest, he also blew 2 marriages.
Oh, wow.
And my thing is that I don't feel sorry for anybody
I wouldn't.
that was the cause of their marriages going out the door.
Oh yeah, of course.
I can see if the 2 women were no good, or actually in this case, the 4 women, 2 brothers, 4 wives. To tell me that they were this and they were that, when I'm looking at the problem as a man,
Yep.
I do not sugarcoat any man. If I think you're a fuck up, wear the title. That's the way I see life.
Me
Here's
too.
here's
I'm
the
same way,
T-shirt,
bro.
bitch. Wear it.
I'm the same
Yeah.
way, bro. Straight
You
up and
know,
honest.
I mean,
That's my part.
I got Lenny. I have no respect for a man who won't accept the fact that, hey, guy, you blew it.
Yeah.
And
The work.
and knowing for a fact that the women they married or had the opportunity,
Yeah.
they were good, damn decent women,
Yeah.
hardworking. They took care of the family, and here you are in the corner. One was on alcohol, the other one's on drugs, and then they turn around
Wow.
and have the audacity to blame the women, and I'm going like, holy shit,
Accountability. Yeah.
yeah. I
Yeah,
said
that's the
these
problem. Yeah.
motherfuckers here
Accountability.
are really,
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
no. And I haven't talked to my older brother 6 years. My
Wow.
younger brother, the third oldest, he's just there. The youngest brother, who we call the baby, he's just an idiot.
Oh.
It's the things and how they say, but you know what? Sometimes when you're raised, sometimes people are affected on how they were raised.
True.
Well, yeah, that is right. Yeah.
True. Of course.
And that's sad because I talked to my younger brother, but he's a habitual liar. My oldest brother is an alcoholic. The third oldest is, when a woman says to me, his ex-wife or one of his ex-wives, she tells me, all this fucker does is just, he smokes day and night. Everything was about his car.
Wow.
You have a new baby, and she just like, hey, could you stop smoking that shit around the baby? He didn't give a fuck.
Oh, bah.
And then on top of that, I'm dealing with 3 brothers, okay, and my sister. She's cool. She married a wonderful man. She's retired now, whatever. Had a wonderful career. My brothers could have had a good career. They blew it. Why? Alcohol, drugs, stupidity, bullshit, the machismo crap. I'm the man of the house.
Oh yeah.
All that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, to be a man, okay, and be responsible, or an alcoholic, those are a couple of different things.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I don't really speak to them because they blame everything on everybody else but themselves.
Accountability.
Yeah.
Accountability. Yeah.
Another
Happens
thing
all the time, man.
Yeah, another thing that
Shit, man.
scares the shit out of me, Lenny. The oldest tried to commit suicide 3 times.
Wow.
The younger one, or the middle, the third oldest, tried twice. The baby, he's another idiot. They refuse to take accountability or understand that you blew this.
I hope
Being that I'm the brother, they want me to support them. And I'm like, I can't.
Oh, so they want somebody to leech on.
No, they want somebody to agree with their bullshit.
Oh,
Like saying,
okay.
oh, my older brother says, well, my first wife was nothing, she was a fucking whore and a bitch. And I'm just looking at him and I'm going like, holy shit. Meanwhile, he was the player. And as a man, I refuse to say, oh, but I got to protect my brother at all costs. Bullshit. It's embarrassing. It really is. To
I'm
have
like
your
you, bro.
brother, do the shit that they do.
Yeah.
And then, they're, hey, RC, this and that. No, I'm sorry. You're talking to the wrong man. I'm sorry. You fucked this marriage up. Just like you did your last one. I don't want to hear that nonsense.
Yeah. I can totally understand,
And then
bro.
when it involves kids, the kids do wind up getting affected somehow. And it kind of like just keeps going. He's got a daughter. She doesn't talk to him. Why? Because he's a dirtbag. And you know what? This is for good parents out there. This is for any parents out there, whether you're single or the both of you at home. These little folks call our children with the little hearts. Trust me when I say they feel it. They
Yeah.
feel if there's something wrong at home. They feel the hostility. And
Yeah, they
some of
do.
us parents, we have the audacity to fight in front of them,
Oh
argue in
yeah.
front of them. And like he was saying earlier, yeah, if you one of those parents that I know for a fact that you try to turn your kids on each other's, I got no respect for you.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
None at all.
Of course.
And to have an
Like,
adult convince a child, your mother this or your father that or this and that is the most pathetic shit I see in society.
well,
To have a child agree with an adult. That's
to
a
manipulate
child.
a child, yeah. To think you're innocent as a man is bullshit.
You know, exactly. Now, I know what happened to me, and I had to grow up thinking because when you living in a fucked up house with alcoholism, my mother, uh, the men that just came through the door like it was Grand Central Station, it's embarrassing
Or losing weight.
because the neighborhood knows what's up, and other adults sometimes don't know how to keep their mouth shut. Sometimes it's because they don't know whose kid you are, but sometimes they have conversation, or one of them says, "Oh, that's Nini's kid," or "That's Alci's, that's Alci, that's so and so's kid." "Oh, she's a hoe, this and that." Okay, I may not know what it meant at 5 years old, but when I get to 7, 8, and everybody's still saying the same shit,
Yeah.
you start to what? Grow up, understand, and you start putting the dots together and go, "Holy shit."
Did you? I know where you live now, but is that where you were raised as well?
Where I'm living now is like I'm in Harlem still.
Mhm.
Spanish Harlem is about 2.5 miles from here.
Oh, I've been there. New York. Hell yeah,
Yeah.
I've been there.
So I'm 2.5 miles away from all I got to do is get on a bus. If I felt like it, I would go to the east side. I'm currently on the west side and go visit her, but I don't.
Can I ask you
I get irritated when I walk into that house.
can I ask you a question though?
Sure.
And you know, RC, you don't have to answer me at all. But can you see her age and forgive her? Let me put it to you this way. First, does she see where she's been wrong in her life that you're able to forgive her? Because I think even after they get up in those years, you know, like the 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s, if they can't see, you know, and look at you in the eye and say, "Oh God, I don't want to," I almost got emotional. RC, hold on. But if they
You
can't
better
look
not
you
do
in the
that. Or I'll send some dog shit in the mail. Don't have
but you know what I mean? I think no matter what the age of a person is, that eventually it's never too late, I think, to say I'm sorry and I messed up. You know what I mean? And if your mom was able to say that to you, like, RC, I wasn't a good mom and I did some things really, really bad, and I want my final years with you to be good. Can you forgive me? Can we just start right here? And can you just forgive me for all of that? And can we just be okay?
I have to say that sometimes when people say, especially biblical people, but let's leave the Bible out of it for a minute. When it comes to evil, evil exists. Some people are incapable of changing. They just don't see it.
Right.
Some people grow up and they get old and they have no idea sometimes. Over the last, say, 35 years before my kids got into this world, did she say certain things? And I would just look at her and go, I wonder if that's guilt or she doesn't know what to say.
Mm-hmm.
And I would ask her, and if she couldn't respond, or she just choked up or whatever, and I'm not talking about crying, she actually got upset. But she said it out loud to begin with.
Right.
One of the things she said about 35 years ago, she was in the kitchen. I had stopped by to pick up my mail. And she says, if I would have known back then what I know now.
Mm.
To me, I felt like she was feeling guilty. What about? I'm not sure, but this is what I thought. I thought was that she was feeling guilty because of what she might have done to us. She had a fantastic husband.
Mm-hmm.
She had money. The man was taking care of her, but she was irresponsible when it came to us. Things
Gotcha.
like coming home and finding us all in the apartment by ourselves, and she's
Mm.
nowhere to be found. And it didn't happen once or twice, it happened multiple times. Then one day he decided, and the old folks from back then, he decided to just, present a can of whip ass because he was getting
Mm.
tired. And did I know that? Did I know that was the reason?
Mm.
No. I learned as years went by. But because of her and her ideas or her preference or perspectives, I never really got to know my father.
Mm.
And I spent years watching other families with a father, a mother, but it doesn't hit you when you're like 4, 5, 6.
Mm,
No,
Yeah.
You
I
know,
feel the same
because,
way, dude.
because you're just a little one.
Yeah,
Life hasn't hit you yet. We don't know nothing.
yeah,
We don't know what adults are about, what
that's
they
true.
do, what they're supposed to do. We just don't know. We ain't got a clue. All we want to do is play.
Yep,
You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
But
Let me stop right there, jump in chat really quick because I don't want them to think that we forgot him. Lizzo said, I never talk bad about my ex to my kids. It broke my heart sending them away every weekend to see their dad, and they didn't want to go, but it was the right thing to do. Yeah. Joyce says,
yeah,
I
you
was
know
the
what?
same way, Lizzo, but they turned into be teenagers. They went to court and said they didn't want to see him. And then Lizzo says, Joyce, I let them make their own decisions when they were old enough to decide for themselves.
Exactly. And again, my thing is that sometimes, and like when I argue with people, other folks in other platforms, I tell them, I say, hey man, the reason why society is so fucked up and dysfunctional, newsflash, is because of the adults. And a lot of
Well,
them don't like it, but it's true.
it
Who's
is
in
true.
charge?
yeah,
Right.
Adults.
It is
I
true.
agree.
Who's your
I agree.
who's your mother and father? An adult. Who's the adults
Well,
of the school
it's not
system?
only that.
Adults.
It's not only that. There's a lot of men that have not grown up to be a parent, and when they get someone knocked up, they always go, "Oh, I'm not ready," and they leave, and the kid is left
Yeah,
without a father.
yeah. And again, I
And
know
then
it's
it
hard as
becomes
well.
then it becomes a community, a state, and a county, and a society problem.
Mm.
Well, exactly. Because I tell people who's in charge of this society. It's not just the parents, it's the school teacher, it's the political system, it's the politicians. They're supposed to make, life easy for those who, need help or help with society, if you will,
Yeah,
a
yeah.
community. Do they do that? Now we got politicians across this country actually on TV going things like, somebody asks them a simple question, hey, what are you going to do about this? And they go, oh, fuck off.
Yeah,
So,
I have to say, let me jump in right here. I have to say, I have never been one of those people that believed it takes a village. And the reason why I say that is because everybody knows my first 3 kids were born by the time I was 18 years old. And I was living in Germany in a foreign country with a
Wow.
soldier who wasn't there all the time. He was a soldier. He couldn't be there all the time.
Right.
I didn't depend on my next door neighbors. I didn't depend on the army. I didn't, even if he could stay home with the kids for a day, would I allow that to happen? You know what I mean? I raised my children. I didn't expect to, I mean, even as young as I was, never expected, well, I need a night out, so let me just go dump them on this person. You know what I mean? Like, no, they were my world. It didn't matter what age I was, it was my responsibility. And I took that very, very seriously. And then, my kids were 16, 17, and 18 when I had baby chow. And they were, I'm sorry, they were 15, 16, 17 when I had baby chow. And I told, and then we had, Beefcake, his son was 13. And I told my husband, and I was like, look, I don't know how you and your ex-wife raised, your son as when he was younger. I said, but I'm going to tell you what's going to happen with this baby. Our kids are not raising our child. They're going to finish being kids because they're becoming adults really, really fast. That's not a choice. Right. And he's like, no, I totally agree with that. And I was like, no, here's what I'm telling you. Do not ever, without asking my permission, ask any of our children, none of them, to babysit.
Right.
None of them. I will always make the decision if we need a babysitter and if we need to go out, because we've only got 18 years for this kid goes to college. And I know that seems like a lifetime, but I've already got an 18-year-old. It's not a lifetime. It happens fast.
Yeah.
See, and he had only had one, and he was never in my situation. His mom lived around the corner. Him and his ex-wife worked full time. Their son went to daycare until they met me and stuff like that. And I'm not putting that down, but that's not the path that I chose. I worked at night so that my kids, my husband was home to keep the kids at night, and my kids didn't go to a babysitter. And my mom, when I finally came back to the States and she moved in with us, my mom didn't work. I very well could have went to work during the day, but I didn't. I did not go to work during the day until my kids were all in school. That's when I would only work for 5 hours, long enough I would take them to school. I'd go to work, and then I'd get off before it was time to pick them back up. And that's just the way that I just was. And there's too many people that believe in that whole village bullshit. No, it doesn't. Take care of your kids. Quit blaming everyone around you. Your kids got problem in school. It's not the teacher's fault. Go in there, have a discussion with your teacher. I mean, there's too many parents that are like, well, my son said you did this and my daughter said you did that. My angel wouldn't do that. Really? Because I remember thinking, if something happened, I don't remember. It was very little that ever really happened, but I thought I don't think my kid would do that. And come to find out, my damn kid did it. And then I would go to them and I'd look at them and I'd be like, you let me down, because I would be the first person in your corner. I'm the one. I don't care. I mean, it's me and you against this world. I don't care if I am married to their dad. You know what I mean? Like, you got me, and that's really all you need in your corner. I promise you that. So do not let me down again. And so for the most part, they walked the line because they knew I would stand up for them 100%. I'd beat anybody's asses over my kids. But if it's my kids that's wrong, I beat my kid's ass. And that's just the way it went down. I was like, I mean, I think whatever you put into it is what you're going to get out of it. It is not a society's fault. It is not the government's fault. It is not the teacher's fault or the Sunday school teacher. It's your fault. It's your fault.
I agree with you there 100%. But you know what's wrong, which makes the rest of society dysfunctional? The fact that we have too many parents that won't admit, and they'll defend their child to the brinks, just like you said. Oh, my child wouldn't do that. You know what I told my children when they got to junior high school? Let's get one thing straight. Once you walk out that door, I have no idea what you're going to do. And I want you guys to understand, I've been in this community for a bunch of years. A lot of people know me, and they also know you. So if one of them should come up to me and say, hey,
Mm,
why don't your twins go to that school and your son goes to that other school? Well, I saw him downtown. Now, if the person who's delivering this news to me, unfortunately, if I know them and they're about respect and self-respect, I'm going to believe what they just told me.
hmm
And the reason why they bring it up to you is because they're concerned and they saw him somewhere they shouldn't have been. Let's say 11 o'clock in the morning. It's a school day. That other parent or friend will say, wonder what all these kids doing out here and down here. It's in school. Is school out today? So, no, that's school. Then boom, now me and my kids have a problem when they get home. I never experienced that problem because I make sure that they knew the rules, my rules, as a
Yeah.
father, as a responsible father, a father who cares. A lot of people tell me, well, what about their mother? And my thing is, what about their mother? See, we got people too that I don't know what to call it. Like, why do people think that it's okay to try to convince their child who you want to stay with? Well, I think you should stay with me, this and that. And nobody really knows what they're saying to that child. And then that child starts to change. You know what they changing? Because you got two knuckleheads as adults who happens to be their parents. And that's really sad when you put your kids against their father or mother.
Mm,
That's true.
And when it comes to my kids, even my mother, in the beginning, when I left home and I took them with me, I couldn't find a space in my entire heart to say, well, I'm just going to walk away. I'll pay child support, this and that. And then when they started saying things, I felt like I failed a little bit because I wasn't paying attention like I should. Sometimes when you're in love, you don't pay attention. You don't
hmm
look for the signs. And again, that's human nature, right? But anyway, when I left the house that night, escorted by the police, even though I didn't do nothing, I just got tired of her bullshit. I said, you know what, officer? I think I'll just get out of here. He said, what's wrong with her? She said you didn't touch her. There's no, I don't know what the hell's wrong with her. I don't know what the hell's going on in her head, but I'll just leave for the sake. And the kids were sitting there, and it was 2 o'clock in the morning. And one of the
Oh,
officers had an idea, and he goes, you know what, partner? Let me do something. He said, hey, kids, is this your bedroom? They go, well, yeah. Well, the twins, and my son pops up and says, well, this is my room. And he goes, no, let's go in the room. So the officer went in there, and he asked him a bunch of questions. When that officer came out, first thing that came out of his mouth was, hey, kids, do me a favor. Go get dressed. You're going with your dad.
Oh, wow.
And I'm going like, huh? And then the cop turned around and he looked at me. He said, sir, do you have somewhere to go where you can take your kids with you? And I said, yeah, sure. So he goes, where? I said, well, yeah, my mother's house.
Mm,
So he goes, okay, what's the address? This and that. I gave it to him. He says, well, I'm going to take him over there. He says, hey, partner, call in another car and we'll meet you at the address. And she goes, what the hell are you doing? You mother effers can be, an officer said, like, ma'am, I'm going to tell you one time, calm down and just go stand over there. Okay. And she at first kept talking. She took the dining room table and flipped it.
ooh,
And it was a glass dining room table. She
ooh.
busted it up right then. The cop says, do one more crazy shit, and I'm gonna lock up the both of y'all. And then your kids are gonna go into the foster system. So she stopped, and I went out in the hallway with the cop that was left, and I said, uh, what did they say to you? He goes, listen, all I can tell you, man, is take it to court. your kids got a lot to say. That's as far as I can get involved, but that's why I said they should go home with you or wherever you can take them. And I'm like, oh crap. So I went. I didn't question them. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. They had to go to school the next day, right? So I decided. I said, no, we'll take the day off. My mother's flipping out. What the fuck's going on? Why are you bringing all this? I said, listen, lady, just calm down. It's something I'm going to have to work on. So just give it some time. Well, I was going back and forth for 2 straight years, battling for custody. And I realized that the system is so fucked up and very favorable to women, which is disgusting if you ask me. Sometimes they don't give a man a choice to defend himself. The kids, what they said to their counselors at the court, which is without me present, you know how they do? They question the kids,
yeah,
to find out,
with the parent involved.
you know, what's going on in the home. Because those little ones, like I said, they feel, they think, they know emotions, and they know what's going on. Our kids do watch us. And sometimes when they see shit, maybe they don't understand it, but they know it's wrong.
They
know
can feel it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, 2 years later, well, before that, she did something that just shocked the court, which was she wanted DNA testing.
Oh my God.
She was denying the children.
You know, no, she can't deny them.
I know.
But what it told
You know
me,
how people are.
yeah, what it told me, even though I found out the truth later on, because it was a process. It just took month after month. Like I had to go to court, every 45 days.
So she wanted to prolong the case.
You know, yeah. And what happened was that the kids wrote a letter to the judge, which I didn't know about. But they did.
How old were they, RC, at the time? I'm sorry. How old were the kids?
The twins were 9 and Junior was going on 11.
Okay.
So then when I go into court that day, the judge goes, okay, what do we got here today? He says, can I have the report from the school? This and that. He goes, wow. And he looked at me. He says, hey, RC, you know, since you guys been separated and you have temporary custody, your kids are doing fantastic in school. I find that very interesting. And then he looked at her and he says, did you hear that? And she just looked at him and she shrugged her shoulders. Oh, did that piss off the judge? The judge goes, did she just shun her shoulders at me? And he goes, do me a favor, get her the hell out of here.
Oof.
So she left. So we forgot about the DNA. He says, listen, I'm done for the day. He goes, listen, your kids are doing fantastic, and I want you to understand, your kids love you. Then he says, where's that letter? And somebody spoke up and said, here you go, Your Honor. And he goes, okay, I want you to make a copy, seal it in an envelope. Make sure you seal it. He looked at me. He says, RC, I want you to go home. Please do not call her. Don't get angry because it won't be beneficial to you. You're looking good right now. So let's just leave this part alone. But sit down by yourself, read the letter of what your children said to this court. Then he said, bring her back in here. He says, are you done with your fiaxos or whatever you want to call it? Do that again to me and I'll put you in jail. And then he turned around, he goes, and after I read that letter, I'm trying to figure out, why aren't you in jail? And I'm going like, what the hell's going on here? You know,
hi, Chili Chick. Good to see you, Love Bug.
So anyway, the judge looks at her and says, yeah, make her a copy too. I want her to know what her kids think about her. So we left, and then the next time we came, he goes, oh yeah, from the last time, there's a matter of DNA testing. But he asked me. And then he says, hey, I'll see when you want to do the DNA testing. And I'm baffled. I'm going like, What? I didn't ask for any DNA testing. But you know what that said to me? Being that
What's that?
she requested it. He says, well, when do you want to do it? And I said, excuse me, Your Honor? What do you mean? He goes, well, didn't you want to do DNA testing? I said, I didn't ask for any DNA testing. And then that just hit me like a ton of bricks. I was like, wait the fuck 1 minute here. She's asking for DNA, and I lost it.
Mm,
I kind of lost it for a few minutes there.
mm,
I just turned around, looked at her. I said, and it just came out of me. Is that how long you've been fucking around on me? And you don't even know if them kids are... And the judge goes, get them out of here.
get him out of here.
And they took me out. I thought I was going to jail that day. So the court officer comes back. I'm in this little cell on the 5th floor in the court over there. He goes, hey, buddy, judge wants to see you. He goes, listen, I heard everything that went on in there. Please, just relax. And then I said, I'm going to jail, ain't I? He goes, well, I don't know. That's up to the judge, but just be cool, man. He goes, I heard what you said. Listen, man, just express yourself. Don't do that again. Because I think they also knew what the hell's going on here. She wants DNA testing. So I went back in and he goes, well, he says, first I want to tell you, don't you ever do that in my court again. And I said, may I speak, Your Honor? He goes, sure. I said, first of all, I'd like to apologize, but I don't know what to expect anymore. That was really like a knife was stuck in my gut. And he goes, it's understandable. And I actually agree with you. We've never heard that before. A woman asking for DNA testing. Right? And he goes, I can understand your frustration, but never do that again in my court. You're looking good, like I said before. He goes, with that said, would you like to do DNA testing? I looked at him, I said, no, Your Honor. Trust me, those kids are mine. And then he goes, well, so be it. So then we left. I went home and read that letter, and I felt like shit because I worked the graveyard. No, not the graveyard, the middle shift. I got home after midnight. I didn't know what the hell was going on when them kids were going to school, when she picked them up, what she did afterwards. I didn't know. They knew. And they didn't want to say anything to their dad because they didn't want to get me upset. I said to myself, holy shit, how can you get mad at that? And that's why they didn't want to be with her. And I told them, I sat down, they go, well, Dad, what are we going to do now? What are we going to... I said, well, I spoke honestly to them. I said, listen, I don't know what's going to happen here. And the way a democratic city, you guys don't really know anything about that, or liberals, how they operate. All I can say is I'm going to leave this one up to God. That's all I can tell you. Their response was, well, if we got to go back to her, we're going to run away from home. And I was like, wow. And I said, why didn't you guys tell me anything? And they said, we didn't want to see you get upset. So they knew who was the better parent.
And they don't really see her, if I remember right?
Yeah, she has him. See, the thing is, other people will come up to me and say, why don't you let them see the kids, this and that? I said, listen, first of all, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Number two, she has visitation rights. She's supposed to pick them up here at my mother's house every Sunday or every 2 weeks on a Sunday. She's a no-show. And you're saying that I'm not letting her visit the kids? I did that for the purpose of letting people know. Don't you dare come up to me and say I'm the one that's not allowing her to see the kids. The judge actually asked me when he found out what she was about and what she was doing. She was leaving them home alone. She was going out and having a relationship. She wasn't cooking for them. And when I found out she wasn't cooking for them, that shit and it reminded me of my mother. I'm like, what the fuck? Is this a curse? Is this babe? I don't know what the hell's going on here. But anyway, with that said, when I finally went back to court, the judge says, I got to apologize to you. And he goes, everything ends today. And I said to myself, holy shit. He canceled the visitations because she wouldn't even show up to the court for visitation. Every Thursday, I had to present my children at 4 o'clock. I would lose a total of 3 hours every time I did that from work. Thank God
Oh,
my
wow.
boss understood. She would never make it. But they made me sit there for a half hour, 45 minutes, an hour. And I would say, hey, Pamela, she's not going to show. Oh, no, you got to wait till 5.
Oh, that's crazy now.
Right? So check this out. One Thursday, after almost a year and a half, I decided when I picked them up from school at 2:50, I said, hey, guys, I'm just going to drop you off at home and I'm going to work. Oh, but Dad, you got to take his. No, what for? She never shows up. And she didn't. She got away with not showing up for an entire year
Oh,
or a
wow.
year and a half. And that day, I decided I'm not going to court. I had to go all the way downtown, then bring them back uptown, drop them off, and then go to the Bronx to go to work. I said, I'm not
Mm.
doing this shit anymore. Guess what happens? I'm at work. I used to get there about 4:15, right about there, 3:30, 4:15. I see some cops walking in the building. At the time, I was working maintenance. And I approached them. I said, yes, officer, can I help you guys? Did somebody call in, the principal, something? And they go, we're looking for, and they told me my name. They shouted out my name. And I'm like, what? I said, well, that would be me. And they go, well, sorry, buddy. Can you turn around? There's a warrant for your arrest.
Ah,
And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Hey, listen, I haven't approached my wife. I ain't call her. Just like he says, listen, we don't know what's going on, but we got to take you down to family court. I said, are you serious? And that was embarrassing as hell. You got a school full of kids still. You got parents walking back and forth, teachers, and they're like, oh shit, they're locking up RC. What the hell's going on? I didn't know. So I go down there. The judge is there. She's there. And the judge goes, do you know why you're here? And I'm like, no. He says, did they pick you up at work? I said, yeah, they arrested me. Why am I here, Your Honor? You told me not to contact her. I haven't. He goes, well, what's going on? He's asking the people in the court there, the ones who put out the warrant on me. Oh, well, he failed to deliver his children for visitation yesterday.
oh, wow.
So I get locked up Friday because Thursday I refused to go. But she's there. And I'm going, what the fuck is going on here? So I turned around, I looked at the judge. I said, Your Honor, I don't understand what's going on here. He goes, well, the people from the visitation unit said that you failed to produce your kids. I said, you talking about because I didn't show up yesterday? He goes, yeah. He said, it's by court order. I said, I understand that, Your Honor, but she never comes. She never shows up. But you're locking me up? And he goes, whoa, wait a minute. What do you mean she never shows? Yeah, I've been coming here for a year and a half almost. She never shows up. But I get locked up. He goes,
Oh, wow.
calm down. Hold up. He looked at the lady from the visitation unit. They put out the warrant.
Oh, my gosh.
So now he goes, ma'am, has she been making her visitations? And she goes, well, I'm not sure, Your Honor. You're not sure? So then he goes, when was the last time she made a visitation? I don't know. And he goes, well, I'll tell you what, you have 3 minutes to go find out. So she took off. And then he says, you guys go back out and I'll bring you back in. She comes back. They brought us back in. And he goes, well, when was the last time she visited her children? And he goes, well, Your Honor, that would be December 10th. And he goes, December 10th. He goes, wait a minute. Christmas is a week and a half away. What do you mean, December? And she go, oh no, excuse me, I'm sorry, June 10th. June 10th? Okay, did she make any visitation? She's looking at her paperwork. She didn't make any of them, Your Honor. None?
Oh, wow.
And then he looked at me, he goes, wow. He says, you stay right there because I'm going to have a word with you. He says, RC, was yesterday the only time you didn't make it? No, Your Honor. And the reason is because she never pops up. I go, yes, Your Honor. She hasn't visit, period. And I have to go work. I got tired. I'm losing 4 hours of work a night because of this. And then he goes, why can't you bring your kids? And she goes, or visit your kids. She goes, well, I have to work. Well, so does he. He's working. And then he says, you know, you could have called the court and you could have brought that up to the attention of the visitation unit. I said, what I did. I asked the lady, the same lady right here who put the warrant out on me. I asked her, I said, listen, every time I come here, she doesn't show, but I have to wait all the way to 5 o'clock. And she goes, well, that's what the judge ordered. He says, that was her response? Did she say she would look into it? No, she just told me it was the judge's order or the court's order. And he goes, did you tell him that? She goes, yes, Your Honor. Those are procedures. But did you even bother to look to see or maybe call her? Hey, really? And so he looked at me, he goes, first of all, we're going to cancel the visitation so we can give that spot to somebody who gives a damn about visiting their children. So that's canceling. Her lawyer goes, Your Honor. And he looked at her, he says, I didn't ask you to speak. He goes, yes, Your Honor. Then he looked at me, he goes, I'd like to apologize to you. This should never happen, the way it happened, this and that. And then he goes, you work for what? I said, the Board of Ed. He goes, okay, first thing's got to happen. You got to go to Board of Education headquarters. You got to bring all kinds of paperwork. You may be out of work 2 or 3 weeks the way they operate. And I'm like, yes, Your Honor. He goes, well, I'm going to fix that immediately. Write him up a letter. I'm going to sign my handcart there, and we're going to make sure this man gets back to work immediately. And he says, take this to your principal and your boss. So like that, you don't have to go back and forth and you'll be out of work. At least 10 days. And I'm like, thank you, Your Honor, appreciate that. Then he turned around and he looked at the lady from the visitation unit. He says, this will not happen again. If any warrants are put out on this man without me knowing it first or this court, oh, I'm going to have fun.
Wow.
And he told the lady, he says, you're dismissed. You can get out of here. And I'm going to forward a complaint to your supervisor. Then he looked at me. He says, okay, I'm done with you. Go home. Keep up the good work. You're doing a fantastic job. And I'm like, thank you, Your Honor. And he goes, she can stay because I got some words for her. I didn't find out what he told her to the next time I went, which was this. I go back another time, which was 90 days later, right? So we're going on 2 years now, Lenny. I filed for petition and almost got arrested for that one too. But anyway, I go back to court 90 days later because, you know, over the Christmas holidays into the New Year. So it was like, I think February something. I walk in the court, this and that. He goes, yeah, I have a matter here and I have a big apologies for this man here. He says, sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to apologize to you for something that I missed. I have to blame myself for this one, but I'm also blaming everybody else because it's a process. And I'm looking at him, what the fuck is going on now? And he
Mm,
goes, well, apparently I found out that you filed for permanent full custody.
mm-hmm.
Then he turned around and looked at her. He goes, you want to tell me why you never filed custody or joint custody for that matter? And then he looked at our attorney and goes, and you, lawyer, when was you going to tell me this? He goes, Yana, I'm a little baffled. But that's your client. You don't know what's going on with your own client, et cetera, et cetera. You don't know procedures all of a sudden, this and that. So he whispered to her, you know what she says? She goes, well, Your Honor, he'll do a better job raising them than me.
Oh my God. And she made you go through all of that, all them
And she did
years?
for nothing. And the judge just sat there and he apologized up and down the street. He goes, I am so sorry. And he looked at her. He goes, well, you know what's going to happen today? He gets full custody, permanent full custody, and you're going to sign the paper. You got that? And she goes, yes. And I'm going like,
Wow.
and I was there. My brain was boiling. I was like, what the fuck?
That is
So he says, come back
insane.
after lunch, 2 o'clock, boom, sign the papers, this and that. Then he says, I'm going to leave this one up to you. The discoveries that I found out over this, what, almost 2 years, I'm going to leave it up to you. Yes or no? Do you want her to visit with the kids? You know what I did? I did the human thing. I
Wow.
said, if I say no, everybody will stay on my shit. So I said, well, Your Honor, if she's going to be a mother, let her visit her kids. Did she show up? Never.
Ah,
Christmas present? Nothing. Birthday presents? Nothing. A call? Nothing.
oh my
My kids,
God.
even though they didn't want to see her anyway, she never made an attempt.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking.
You know? And my thing is, my mother would say things to the little ones, especially when they were little. And as they're growing up and they're becoming young teenagers, 12, 13, she's putting or trying to put shit in their head. Oh, I know your father talks nothing but shit about her and this and that. One of my twins, she according to the court, the counselor, she goes, your twins, all of them, they're so intelligent. They speak well. They know how to speak, this and that. I said, what are you talking about? She goes, they're very articulate. I'm like, well, yeah, they go to school. They're in fantastic schools, because they kind of gifted and they're straight A's since elementary school. So I said, well, that's nice to know, this and that, whatever. My mother was trying to put in their head, I know your father, does that. You know when my twin daughter, my beautiful twin daughter, she looked at her grandma and she says, let's get one thing straight, Grandma. We don't mention her.
Oh
And I
wow. I
did.
can
I never mentioned her. Why? They didn't. And you know why I didn't mind or didn't demand? Hey, you guys want to talk about that? No. You know why? You said it earlier, Leni. Kids have feelings
that's right.
and they are allowed to feel the way they feel. If they wanted to say something to their dad about their mother or say, we would like to go see their mother, oh, no. If I suggested it, and I did sometimes, hey, you guys want to visit your mom? And they were like, hell no.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to say hell. No, it's okay. So you guys sure you don't want? And then we just stopped talking.
Right.
So my mother goes, oh yeah, I was talking to your daughter today, and she said that Bob, you don't mention her. And then I said, what are you doing? And she goes, what? Why are you trying to put heads, shit in their heads? I said, listen, I'm gonna tell you this one time, and you tell your other 3 sons also, because they were talking some stupid shit or trying to convince my shits about certain things about their dad or their mother. And I told my mother, I said, let me get one thing straight. Don't you ever tell my children how they should feel. Let's get that straight. I'm the father. And you don't have the right to suggest, demand, or convince them to do something they don't want to do. Oh,
Good
you
for
know,
you,
this and that.
RC.
Then I had to go further, Lenny. I had said, listen, Mom, I understand that I'm your son, but you better understand that I am a grown ass man with kids. Let's get that straight. And by then,
You
I was
know,
already in the house. I got my new apartment. Where do you live? Oh, somewhere. I didn't want nothing to do with that neighborhood anymore. And like you
yeah,
said, it don't take a village. But guess
nope.
what? That village knew what their mother was doing. Did they say anything? No. Did I want to hear them say something? Not really.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
know, my kids are grown.
yeah.
And even to this day, my oldest child is 40 years old. Never heard a bad word come out of my mouth about her father. And I won't do it. I won't do it because I learned that very early on. The person who I thought that I was raised, him being my father, it wasn't ever my mom or my dad
Right.
who raised me that ever said anything about them. It was his wife, and I didn't see them that much. Well, he did the same thing to us. Like, he lived in Texas, we lived in California, so he was in the military. So it wasn't always easy, you know. We understood that. We knew the military life. And so one time he told my mom he wanted us, because he had visitation rights, that he wanted to come and get us for the summer. My mom had a hard time with it, I guess, but we kids never knew about it. And we were just excited we were getting to go somewhere, and I didn't know the man, so I was excited about that, blah, blah, blah. Maggie, hello. And then for some reason, something came up. He didn't come get us. I was so mad. I was little, RC. I was like 8. I was so disappointed because I really wanted to know him, you know? And my sister, my oldest sister, of course, remembered him, but I remembered things, but I didn't remember him. And I was so disappointed. I was like, I hate him, you know, like I hate him. And I went in there and I got in my bed, and my stepdad who raised me came in there. He sat on my bed and he was like, "What are you doing, little girl? What's wrong?" And I was like, "I hate him. If he doesn't want to see us, he doesn't have to come and see us. But don't tell me you're going to come and see me. And if you don't want to see me." And you know, my dad got on to me. He was like, "Let me tell you something right now." He said, "It is okay for you to be disappointed, sad, mad." He said, "You have that right." He said, "But you do not have the right to disrespect your elders." And I was like, "I haven't disrespected anybody because I knew better." And he said, "Yes, you did." He said, "You hated him." He said, "You don't know the circumstances." He said, "And I'm not making excuses for him." He said, "But," he said, "have you ever heard a bad word about him come out of my mouth?" And I said, "No, sir." And he said, "Have you ever heard a bad word come out of your mom's mouth?" And I was like, "No, sir." And he said, "Until you hear us, then you have nothing. You don't know him. So you can't dislike somebody who you don't know, or hate somebody you don't know." And I was taught that very early on. So then as an adult, I had gone over, you know, I ended up getting to know him, and I had gone over to color her hair because he was in Germany or something. She was going to visit him. And that dumb bitch asked me if I wanted to see letters that my mother had written to both of them and stuff. And I was like, why? And I was grown. I already had kids. I was grown. I was like, why would I want to see my mom's letters? And she's like, just so you could see what your mother put us through. I was like, I said, I was a kid, and that's really none of my business. And she said, well, you're not a kid now. I said, it's still none of my business. That's my mother's letters to you guys. It doesn't say Ann Leaney when she becomes of age. You know what I mean? I was like, whatever happened between her and him, that was their marriage. Just because I'm a product of the marriage doesn't mean that I have rights to whatever happened in the marriage. They were grown. I was their child. I don't want to know. I said, do I call you guys every time I have a problem with my husband? No, I don't call you at all because it's none of your business. It's my marriage. It's mine.
Yep.
And their marriage was theirs. And frankly, it was none of your business either. Y'all, that was the last time that dumb bitch ever invited me to her house. Because it wasn't her business. That was their marriage. They had 4 kids in that marriage. Their marriage was none of her business. Now, what he did with those kids after that, he was married to her. That became her business. But his marriage to my mother was none of her business. And after that, they didn't have nothing to do with me. And so when I got a divorce, I always kept the same thing. I was just like, kids, it doesn't matter if you divorce at 3, if you get divorced when they're 15, like I did. My kids were 15, 16, 17 when I got divorced. It doesn't matter. They're going to figure shit out. And they're going to remember stuff that you would hope they never remember.
Exactly.
But they do. And they become adults and they figure it all out. And they're just like, oh, God. You know what I mean? Why put all that, even on my adult children? There is no way that I would give them more burden in life to carry, to feel bad for me of anything that happened to me. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Why would I do that? That's just dumb.
And again, I agree with you 100%. People will say, well, do you talk about their mother? Have you? I said, listen, again, I'm not going to bring up shit. The evidence speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Again, you had every right to get angry, this and that. Now, and it depends on different people, how they're raised, who they're growing up with is important too. And sometimes who you grow up with can be detrimental to yourself also. Like, wow, we can have grandparents that ain't shit, or an uncle, an aunt, it's like, oh my God, I went from worse and now I'm in a new chaos. This is worse than where I came from. Yeah, and again, adults don't see this sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's really sad. And then when you start being vocal for yourself, see, my thing is, my older brother goes, man, you remember all that shit? Yeah. And he goes, why? I said, because it was part of my upbringing. It was my life. And it hurt, buddy. Didn't it hurt you? Well, I didn't give a fuck. Well, that's the point.
That's the point.
Neither did she. I said, do you remember when I used to come upstairs with a box of 3 or 4 slices? Yeah. Well, how the hell did you do that when you didn't have no money? I said, see, you forgot. You know why I came up with those 4 slices? Because I was out there starving and trying to find a way to eat something.
Yeah.
Because our mother was hanging out and didn't give a fuck about feeding us. Then guess what? The people knew our mother so well, they knew her, that she was irresponsible. And then I looked at him. I said, listen, bro, would I be disrespectful if I tell you this? Our mother was a hoe. Let's get that straight. And that's why everything else that affected us, right? You may not remember all of it, but you know what? I'll tell you what. I'm an asshole. I remember it all. You know why? Because it fucking hurt. And when it hurt, people didn't understand what was going on with RC. I'll tell you what was going on with RC. RC didn't know how to say, you fucking adults are sick, crazy, dynamic. You're all fucking stupid. You're crazy. I couldn't say that. I didn't know how to say it, but I felt it. I felt something's not right around here. But we had to eat that shit. Now, my grandma and my grandfather, they actually saved my life because a time came where I was just like, you know what? I'm going to grandma's house. And what did my mother say? Yeah, get the fuck out of here, you stupid fuck.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, yeah, okay. I didn't respond. I didn't say, well, fuck you or you stupid. No, I just left. And my grandmother goes, what you doing that? And she didn't give a damn that at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, I would walk a mile and a half in the street in Spanish Harlem, where it was a shithole, junkies and crimes and gangs, and I would walk all the way and knock on the door, and Grandma said, "The hell you doing here?" Well, she didn't curse; she was religious. What the heck you doing here? Well, I came here because I want to stay here. And she goes, "Get in here. Did you eat?" And again, I didn't know how to tell her. Well, your daughter never cooks. She's a dumbass. No, I just like, no, Grandma. She goes, "Well, have a seat." And she would feed me, and she would love me, and she would show me respect. She cared.
Right.
But as a kid, you can't say, "Hey, adult, I want to have an adult conversation with you." I'm a kid. I don't know how to do that. But I felt it.
Yeah.
I just didn't know how to say it. Then when it comes to my father, I got stabbed when I was 13 years old. On Christmas Eve, while living in my grandma's house. I almost died. And then all of a sudden, my mother pops up to me one day and says, "Well, you and your brother are going to Puerto Rico." And I looked at her, I said, "For what?" "So you can visit your father." "Oh, shit." "My father? What are you talking about?" So then I said to myself, "What the hell's going on?" What? And I looked at my brother. "We're going to Puerto Rico?" He goes, "Yeah." And that's another story I can add on to, but I don't want to make it longer. But anyway, all of a sudden, we go to Puerto Rico. I meet my father. Am I supposed to call him Dad? "Hey, Pops, how's it going?" "Hi, Dad," this and that. "Oh, no, I'm 13 years old, but I had the personality, I would say, of an 18-year-old because of the shit that I've already been through, the shit that I had to do, hustle for food." The Italians in my neighborhood back then, they knew who my mother was. "Hey, kid, come here. Did you eat?"
Yeah.
"No, ma'am." "Hey, Vinny, could you get a couple of slices for this kid, this and that? How about your brothers?" "They're upstairs." He goes, "Here, take this, this and that. Don't worry about it." I would
Oh,
go
wow.
home. They go, "Hey, Mom bought that." "No, I got this from the Italian place." "Well, anyway,
Oh,
let's
wow.
sit down and eat." I did shit for my 3, 4 brothers that my older brothers should have been doing. But he was, I don't know where the hell he was at. I don't know if he understood. I don't know if he paid attention. I don't know if he felt it. So I just, did what I could. And when I
Yeah.
got tired, I wind up in grandma's.
Yeah.
I get stabbed, this and that. We go to Puerto Rico. My father, I met my grandfather on his on my father's side for the first time, this and that. Well, I had a bunch of questions, and my brother was looking at me going, "Hey, man, you know what I called him?" I said, "How's it going, turkey?" That's what I called him. I called him a
Oh, wow.
turkey. How do you call a man that's never been in your life? And I remember when he left, Lenny, I was 3.5 years old. And my mother was stunned when I threw that in her face. "So you don't remember, you was just a kid." "Yeah, you know what, Mom? I was standing right here by this door. Tito was there. Willie was over here. And of course, my sister was in grandma's." I said, "Guess what?" He picked me up. He gave me a kiss, said goodbye. He picked up my older brother, said goodbye. He picked up my third oldest and walked out the door with him. So he was raised for the first to the end of elementary school. And then what happens? And I found out, you find out things as life goes on, your family. And I find out that my father, who was sending $125 a week, nobody knew nothing.
Oh, wow.
We didn't
That's
have enough
crazy.
clothes. And my mother would say, "Well, you'll get your sneakers and this the first of the month, or you'll get your sneakers at the end of next month, and this and that." And I'm going like, back then, $125, that took you a long damn way. We're talking 60, 65 years ago. That money took you a long way.
A long way.
Shit was cheap. A pair
Yeah.
of Converse cost $2.95. A pair of Procas cost you $3.15. She could have bought 5 pairs, and we would have still had 2 left over. with the money he
Wow.
was sending. Did I
Let me
know
jump
he
in.
was doing it?
Let me jump
Yeah.
in chat really quick. Good morning, Eric. Good to see you, honey. Thank you for coming in. Let's say good morning to Maggie. She's on panel. I don't know if Miss Barbara is still here, but if she is, Maggie's here. Hello,
Maggie,
Maggie.
how's it going? Happy
Hi,
Mother's Day.
Elaine. Are you fuming with me?
No, I'm not fuming.
Aloha, Mags.
Gail, listen, I seen your message, right? And you know when you get that flush and you go dead hot because you shit yourself? I went, oh my God, she's in work and I'm not there, right? I had to get a cup of coffee, take a few swigs of that coffee, take my tablets, and I'm on my phone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. You were shitting
Aloha,
yourself, huh?
I was
Maggie.
shitting myself. I thought, oh, this is it now, Sean. I'm just going to get fucking left in the corner all day. I thought, and they were all going, Maggie's here. I was going, it's all right. She's Gavin. I thought, oh, I'm not pushing me luck. Breaking in on this conversation.
Oh,
You
it's you think you know
Yeah.
everything about somebody, and then here comes RC again, and you get to know even more, and it's just heartbreaking. But you know, I guess we all can't tell our story in even 1 year, and you give a little bit, and then you find out if you can trust. You know, and I think I think we're all like that in a way. You know, if you can't give everything away because you don't know who you can trust with your story. You know what I mean? Like even me, I get scared with certain things or to say certain things because I'm like, oh God, somebody will use it against me, or you know, you just what are people going to think
You
about
know
me
what?
or whatever.
You know what, Leni? At our ages, I think it's important to have this conversation, but I've
Mm.
always said, as fucked up as I was raised, it was just one person. It was my mother. But I also know that I didn't have it as bad. There was people that had it worse than me. That is a fact. And people say, "Man, I can't believe." Oh, I'm sorry. Don't feel sorry for me because I know people back then growing up had it 10 times worse than me.
That's true.
You know?
That's true. Yeah.
But anyway, when I went over there, I thought that we were going to go stay with our father. No, he dropped us off at our grandparents' house. And I'm looking at my brother. I said, "Is this where you lived the first 10 years of your life?" And he goes, "Yeah." I said, "When you came here when you was a baby, did you live with Pop?" He goes, "No, Grandpa raised me." I said, "Wow, this guy's a real, piece of cake, isn't he?" But anyway,
Wow.
he dropped us off. He left. He came back 3 days later, and he's, "How you guys doing?" And I'm just looking at him. I'm trying to figure him out. Like, what the hell? So now he started talking, and I started to ask those questions, and I started to throw shit in his face. But I did it respectfully. I didn't curse at him. I said, "Let me ask you a question." I said, "How did you find out I got stabbed?" And he goes, "Well, your mother called me." "Oh, mom called you." Wow, that's deep. I said, "So you knew I got stabbed last Christmas?" He goes, "Yeah, like I said, your mother called me." I said, "So let me ask you the next question." And my brother going, "Hey, yo, see, just calm down." And I looked at him. I said, "Yo, shut up. Stay out of it." So as I'm talking and I'm asking questions, my grandfather's sitting about 10 feet away. And he's in a hammock swinging back and forth. And he's looking at us. And he's also listening. And then I said, "So let me get this straight. Mom called you and told you that, I got stabbed." He goes, "Yeah."
Right, she's back
And
here to say, stop it.
then all of a sudden, I get invited to come and see you. Right? And he goes, "What's the problem?" I said, "Let me ask you another question." And then he goes, "What's with all these questions and this and that?" He started to get angry. You know what my grandfather did? He interrupted. He says, "Hey, son, let the boy talk. He has every right." And he shut up. And then I said, "Thank you, Grandpa." He goes, "Just be respectful." "No problem, Grandpa." I said, my next question is, she called you all these years. Did you call her? And he goes, yeah. I had to call her to tell her I was sending the money, this and that. You send money? He goes, yes.
Mm.
$125 every week for all of y'all. And I'm like, wow. He goes, why? What's the problem? We never knew that. I looked at my brother. I said, did you know about that? He goes, no. I said, wow. So you send $125 a week for us. I said, my next question is, at any time did you ask my mother, could you put the kids on the phone so I can talk to them? And he goes, well, she said it was best that I didn't.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, and you just allow it? And then Grandpa goes, RC, I didn't know that. And I'm like, oh, Grandpa, we never heard from this man. So he looked at his son. He goes, when you called that woman, did you ever ask for the kids? And he goes, well, that's the way she wanted it. He goes, I didn't ask you what she wanted. Did you ask, hey, can I speak to the kids, this and that? And then he goes, then I'll step out of it. And then he answered, he says, well, no. I said, but you send money. Okay, I respect you for that.
Mm-hmm.
I said, but how did my younger brother wind up back in New York? And he goes, well, I called her once and I said, listen, I'm going to dock you additional $25 because I'm raising this one.
Mm.
And then I go, so how did he wind up back in New York? You know what he tells me? He says, well, your mother said if I didn't continue to send 125, send the kid back or I'll take him to court.
Oh my gosh.
And I look and I'm
That's
going,
terrible.
holy shit.
Well, basically, you were a cash cow.
Exactly. And I said to myself,
oh, that's
holy shit. And it starts to make more sense to me. I said, Mom didn't give a shit about anybody. It was just about money, this and that.
Yeah.
And I
She
looked
kept
at him
your
and I
kids
said,
for the money.
yeah, I said, why did you leave? And when I told him the day that he left, he looked at, he was shocked. He goes, you remember that? Yeah. Imagine waking up the next morning going, hey, where's my younger brother? Nowhere to be found. Okay, the night went through, this and that, whatever. Well, Pop usually came up about 5 o'clock, this and that, and he took us for a ride because he used to ride a yellow cab back then in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
And he would come up and take us for a ride around the neighborhood, buy us some cakes, some snacks. 2 days go by, no younger brother, no Pop. And she didn't say a word. She didn't say that your brother went to live with your father. She didn't say that me and your father broke up. She didn't say anything.
Oh, wow. That is RC. Oh, my God.
Yes, she didn't say nothing. And I asked my bigger brother, I said, where's Willie? And he goes, I don't know. So we got used to, or in other words, we kind of forgot that he existed. And so did our dad, right? Our mother made it her business not to even mention. Nothing.
How cruel can you be?
You know what I'm saying?
RC, that's terrible. Oh my God.
But
That
you know
breaks
what,
my
Leni?
heart
You know
as a
what, Leni?
baby.
No. You know what, Leni? I learned what human beings were truly about. I learned that, you know what? I got to learn how to survive. I got to figure out how to do shit. But I also knew I would never do some of the shit that they did to me, my brothers. My brothers didn't absorb it that way. I did.
Yeah, I think that's just another thing that I learned is that as a child, you know, we all come from places that some of us worse than others, you know, that weren't all that great. But you have a choice. I don't want to hear someone say, "Oh, well, I'm that way because I was raised that way." No. We're all born with a conscience. And you have a choice. You can be a shit ass like your parents were to you, or you can make your kids have the greatest life. And I'm not talking about the greatest life by taking them to Disneyland every year. I'm talking about a bed to sleep in at nighttime and food on the table. Even if it's peanut butter and jelly. Hey, there have been times, we've been poor, but we didn't go without. And there have been times that the bed that we slept in was in a camper, but we were warm. You know what I mean? But there were things that I went through as a child, and it was a conscious decision. Like, no, this will not happen. And I'm going to say this real quick, then I'm going to go smoke and let Maggie talk to y'all just for a minute, because y'all know when Maggie gets here is when I dip to go smoke. But let me tell you this real quick. I had a long distance relationship with Beefcake for 3 years, right? So I had my 3 kids in Savannah, Georgia. He had him and his 1 child over in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Long distance relationship, until it was time to come together or whatever. And I remember telling him, because I moved to Tulsa. And of course the kids had met him. I had met his son. We met, and they knew we were dating, right? But it's different when you're dating than it is when you are blending your family. Okay. That's 2 totally different worlds. And we knew that. And I remember me and him having the conversation. I was like, look, it's all pretty now. The kids all love each other. My kids love you. Your child loves me. Like, it's just, we're all going through a honeymoon phase. I said, but eventually that's going to go away. And, we've got 3 teenagers here, 1 coming up on being a teenager. And I don't know what life's going to hold for us. So, shit's going to get real in just a couple of months. I said, if for any reason, one of the 4 kids, your child or one of my 3, because it's before we have a baby child, decides I'm not into this, and I don't like this blended family, and I just want us to be out on our own. I said, at that point, we will separate. You get your own place. I'll get my own place with my kids. You know what I mean? Because you had children before you ever met me. I had children before I ever met you. They have to come first. And his child was the youngest out of the 4 that we had. And I was like, and if it's meant to be, we will still be together, living apart when the last child goes off to college or steps out in the world on his own. But we have to kind of leave this to the kids, because it's not fair. There are too many parents that will pick a new spouse over their children, and then that new spouse ends up running the whole fucking household, and your parent changes because they want to please their new spouse. I was like, that's not happening here. And we didn't bring another child into this world. We didn't even get married. Well, I had no plans on getting married. He did. I didn't. But anyways, we didn't do nothing until we knew that we were all in it. Well, like, we were all in, even the kids. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And that's just the way I think. I just think that people get divorced with children, and that's fine. I did too. But they end up putting someone else before their kids, and it can't. That's where it goes so wrong. That's why we have so many like step parenting issues and then parent issues, because they forget that they're parents and they're in love. So yeah, I was exactly. we just made that, and we were like, it won't break us up. We could date. Our kids are old enough to stay home alone, hang out, watch a movie while we go have dinner. It won't be every night because we're parents and our kids are all in school. But if it's meant to be, we'll still be dating, and they'll be gone, and then we'll get back together. And
it's a matter of just being responsible.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that you're showing the other kids that are not biologically yours No, you treat them the same as you would your own. And the other person has
That's
to
right.
understand that too. If you
That's
can't
right.
do that, then we got a problem and you need to
Yep.
leave.
Yep. Just stay apart. Just stay apart. Joyce said, I agree, Leanie. We got a blended family. We all get along. In fact, our wedding anniversary weekend, we were all doing a camping trip. I remember that, Joyce. It was a whole family weekend for you guys. I remember that. All right, Maggie, put it up,
Hello.
girlfriend, right here. Tag, you're it. I'm gonna go smoke and pee. I'll be
Leanie,
right back.
Maggie, RC, I'm gonna have to bid you guys good night. I'm gonna have to get some sleep.
All right,
Oh, good night,
Sean.
Sean.
Love you
Okay,
so much,
guys.
honey.
Good
Yeah,
night,
but I'll
love.
see you
Speak
on
to you soon.
Wednesday.
Take
I'm looking
care.
forward. I'm looking forward for Wednesday.
Dun, dun, dun. So,
We
Mike,
will be here.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
see you
Take care,
later,
man.
Sean. Love you. Bye,
Good night,
Sean.
guys. Love you guys.
Bye,
Bye.
love. Hello, RC.
Hi, Maggie, and a happy Mother's Day to you. Whether it
Well,
happened
thank
or
you,
not.
sir. But my Mother's Day is in March. It's very different, isn't it? Well, thank you anyway.
March?
Yeah, March. It was on my birthday last year, the 19th of March. And this year,
Oh,
I
so
think it
you
was the
one of those lazy people. I'll do it the same day as my birthday. That's okay.
Yeah, well, that was last year, but this year it wasn't. So fuming. Listen,
Anyway,
RC, can you hear me okay?
yeah, loud and clear.
It's just that I'm on my phone, and usually when I used to have the old plug-in little earbuds, the wired ones, Leanie would say, Maggie, you're holding the plug again, because I'd go bzzz.
Oh,
So
you're
I'm
good.
not doing that now. But the audio was absolutely awful. But this is a new one, so it sounds okay. You can hear me.
Yeah, loud and clear. We're good.
Oh, brilliant. That's good, because I didn't have the time to get up and get me my laptop, because I didn't know Leanie was coming on, and I haven't been sleeping good at all. My sleep has been here, there, and everywhere. I've had an hour and a half, 2 hours sleep. I've been going to sleep for like what I feel like is an hour, and I wake up and it's been 15 minutes, and it's been going like this now for weeks. But I do go like this, and then I go back to normal. So when I got a message when I woke up to say Leanie was live, and I thought, oh my God, she's been on for like 3 or 4 hours. So it felt terrible. But I came here as soon as I could, and that's why I'm on my phone. So how are you, honey? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. You know, I
Haven't
just
spoken to you in a while.
telling pieces of my life story. You know, at 70 years old, I can remember shit. You know,
Yeah.
I
You can
actually
go
told my
way
mother
back.
once. Yeah, I go way back. I told my mother once also. I said, well, you know, well, actually, not my mother. My aunt was complaining about me. You don't call your mother this and that, whatever. But she never lived with us. She
Yeah.
didn't see
You
what
don't
her
see
own
anything.
sister. Yeah,
Yeah.
she didn't know anything about the behaviors of our own
Well,
older
that's it. You
sister.
get a lot of people don't know what goes on in your life, but they're always the first to open their mouth and to judge you in one way or another, aren't they? You know, they don't live your life.
So she tried to like stick it to me. You know what my response was? I said, listen, you talk about my father, what he did to her. What you don't understand is what you said to me. I didn't know that. And she goes, you didn't know that? No, you're so concerned about that my father kicked her ass. So if I remember when he left, I was 3.5 years old. That means that before we moved into that next apartment and he left, which I didn't know that's what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
I think about this. You said that he went home and found the little ones, me, my older brother, my younger brother, and at the time, my sister. And she was nowhere to be found. Shouldn't a man or a husband get angry?
Yeah.
We're little. We couldn't fend for ourselves. And you said that, yeah, the apartment was dirty, shitty Pampers everywhere. I didn't know that. So this is what I
Yeah.
told my aunt, because she tried to say, "Well, your mother was young and she just wanted to get out the house,
Oh
so
my
she got
God.
pregnant." This and that. I said, "Well, how old was she when she got pregnant?" Well, I think she was 17 and a half. Okay. I said, and she got out the house, right? Goes, yeah. She had a bunch of other ones, right? Goes, yeah. She had you, then Willie, and my baby brother. He's from another man. That didn't work out either. But anyway, I looked at my aunt. I said, well, you know what? If she was so set on getting out the house because she was tired of living in the house, so she decided to go give it up so she can get pregnant, get married. Well, she got what she wanted. So why in the hell did she have to have me? Number
Yeah.
two. And then I had to grow up the way we did, me and my siblings. And then she says, well, you know, your mother was young, this and that. I said, you know what? I hate to say this to you, but you don't have a clue, do you? Because I don't remember you visiting at all.
No, she should have defended your kids. Yeah.
You know? So I said, and here you are trying to defend my mother, your sister.
Yeah.
But you didn't see nothing because you wasn't there. So I said, didn't it dawn on you that every time you turn around, guess where I was? She goes, where? In grandma's house, where you used to live. Remember that? Was you thinking like, why is this kid always here? This and that. You didn't have a clue. I tell you why I was there, because I was starving.
Yeah.
I tell you why I was there. My mother was never around. Just like when my father beat
See,
the shit out of her.
some people just shut their eyes though because they don't want the responsibility on them. But it's not about helping the other person. It's about the kids, isn't it? You know,
Exactly.
it's like you can't leave the kids like that.
Yep.
Sad,
And
isn't it? Like what people do.
and out of all my brothers, all they do is fight with me if I should say something smart or real. I don't let it bother me. And Lily said something earlier. I want everybody to understand. I forgave that woman decades ago. I don't have no ill will towards her. I love her. She's my mother. I just don't like her.
Yeah.
And people go, what? That doesn't make any sense. Yes, it does.
So yeah.
You know, because her character's in question, her behaviors were always in question, and now that she's an old woman, and let me introduce you. It doesn't stop sometimes when it comes to family. Sometimes family can be horrible.
Mhm. Oh
But
yeah.
the last thing that she did to me, I just laughed it off. Why? Because not that I expected, but since it came out, I said to myself, well, uh, there's no change. Like I expected
Yeah.
that. And she's an old woman.
Yeah.
And you know what started it? When you think about the way a dysfunctional society operates, you got the feminists, you got the women's rights, you got the women's choice, you got the deadbeat dads, the horrible husbands. I'm a man. Yeah, some of us men, we suck big
Yeah, but
time.
so do some women as well.
You know, no, but I've said that. What I'm
Yeah.
saying, we live in a society that sometimes, especially the men, they like to talk shit, this and that, whatever, when you were the one that was standing there watching it all and going, oh my God, this man just keeps putting this woman under the table. Does he not
Oh yeah.
realize that he's the one that fucked this marriage up? You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
don't do
Yeah.
that. I take responsibilities for myself as a man. I
Yeah.
refuse. I ain't gonna argue with nobody. If you feel like I'm doing something wrong or I said something stupid, please let me know. And I'll
Oh,
apologize.
see, you said something stupid. You said you hated me when you really loved me. Lizzo, sorry, love, I can't see what you've just put there because I've got this share your referral link right across and it goes right across the bottom comment. So all I can see is same here, Maggie. I can't see any more love in case you're wondering why I'm not replying to you. It's mad on the phone. It just takes up the bottom comment. So, can you see it, RC? What does she say?
Who are you talking about, Lizzo?
Lizzo, the last comment that I can see. Same here, Maggie, but I can't see anything else after that.
So same here, Maggie. Had just over 2 hours and gave up. I guess she's talking about
Lizzo,
right?
sleep. Yeah, we're up the wall with this sleep. Honest to God, but you know what? It's not as if I think, right, I'm going to sleep all day, because I don't. Because I definitely wouldn't have a sleep. I don't. I literally have 2 hours, an hour and a half, and then come to tea time, which is our dinner time. I'm falling asleep, but I do keep myself awake. I might nod off, but I do keep myself awake. And then when I come to bed, I go out like a light, RC. I go out like a light, and then I'll wake up about 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I just toss and turn all nice.
Yeah, I slept about maybe 7 hours in the last 3 days.
Oh, God help you. Well, we're having a heat wave here.
I don't feel sluggish. I can come here and talk to you guys forever. I mean,
yeah,
I don't know what it is. I guess when you get older, you don't need
when you get older, you do sleep less, you do. But we're having a heat wave here at the minute, so Liz will know about this, and it's really hot. So whether that's got any, but saying that, I do go through this every blue moon. But yeah, we've been having 25 degrees, and for us, that's hot. You know, I was going to take my dog out yesterday, but it was too hot to walk her. So I was going to go last night. And then she starts shaking as if I'm cruel to her, going, do you want to go out for a walk? She wouldn't go out for a walk. Have you ever known a dog won't go out for a walk? Can't get over it. I say, dog won't go out for a walk. You sitting there shaking, and I went, it's okay then, you don't have to. So she came up on my chest and was licking my face. I thought, oh my God. Dog's traumatized at the thought of going for a walk.
Yeah, I tell you.
I know. Have you got any pets, RC? Have you got any pets? You got any pets?
No, my dog died 3 years ago. She gave me 16. A little toy poodle that my twins brought the dog to me when they first started college. I tell you, bless their hearts, even though I didn't want a dog, I was still working.
But you loved it totally.
What the hell is that? And they go, well, we can't have pets on campus, but could you watch the dog for like a week?
Famous last word.
Yeah, this was in the beginning of their college year in September. They brought the dog. I came home from work, and I'm like, dog just pops out of nowhere, looks at me, and walks away, and I'm going, am I in the right apartment? Of course I am. It's the key. And they go, hi, Dad. And I'm like, oh, what are you guys doing here? Ain't you supposed to be? Well, class hasn't technically started, but we try to have the dog in there, but we got caught. No pets allowed. Okay. Well, could you watch the dog for a little bit, like maybe a week, so we can find a home? And I'm like, sure. And then again, I've had dogs in the past, but it was like 40 years in the past. So I'm sitting there, and I'm looking. So what's her name? Oh, her name is Chloe. Oh, she's a female. Okay. And I'm like, how you doing? This and that. She was shy at first, or I guess because her owner couldn't take care of her because she was fighting cancer. So the dog was about, I think, was 9 months old. So I go to work, come home, the house is I'm like, oh shit. And there's piss everywhere. And I'm like, okay, so I went and got papers. And I had a trainer. And then I realized 2 weeks went by, 3 weeks went by, a month. And I would call them on the phone. And they're like, hey, Dad, listen, like I'm in the middle of something. I'm in class just now. I'll call you right back. Wouldn't hear from them another 2 weeks.
And then it's one of them when they turn up and you're not having a bath. You're not having a bath.
Yeah. You know when they showed up? Thanksgiving.
Oh my God.
And I'm looking at them, and she had a new collar. Because when she got here, she actually had like around her neck a man's belt, and I'm
Oh,
like, and I wasn't gonna buy because I'm thinking, hold up,
we got the
I'm thinking
Ninos.
right
Nino.
that they're gonna come back and pick her up eventually, right? So I went out and bought her a collar, a cute little collar for the dog, and I started walking her. I was feeding her. I was here training her. I had to put a top on the garbage can because she would flip it and just have fun. You know what dogs do, right?
Oh yeah.
So then when they showed up Thanksgiving, I'm looking at them. I'm like, oh yeah, I said that she was going to come back at the end of the week. What happened? And they go, well, how is she, Dad? Isn't she a cute dog, right? And she's a good companion too, because we figured that we're in college and you'll be home alone. We didn't want you to be. And I'm looking at them. Oh, so you pulled a fast one on Dad? Wow. And she goes, no, but this and that. And she goes, well, we're gonna keep her, right? And I said, what do you mean we? You're going
Yeah,
back to
we.
college.
Yeah,
She
I
goes,
got a
yeah.
fast one done on me too. Yeah.
So I said to myself, after a while, I just got comfortable. And we saw eye to eye. She understood. Oh, I can't mess with that garbage can. You know what I had to do for her to keep it from flipping? I had to put a weight, weights
On the
that you
top
lift.
of it.
No, on the inside of the garbage can because it was tall. And she
Oh.
weighed only 9 pounds. She was a tiny little shit. But she
Oh.
couldn't flip it anymore.
Oh. So you worked it out anyway. You
Yeah.
worked it
And
out.
little
And
by
how long
little,
did you have it? 16 years?
16 years, 9 months,
Oh.
22 days. And
Oh,
people go,
and
yeah,
22
they
days.
knew exactly
Oh,
how
no,
old
see.
she was. And I said, she was like a kid to me. She was
The
my
way Jessie is to me, RC. I'm going to be devastated. I will be devastated to become part of. She is like my baby. We are never separate. Never. If we are, it's I'm at a hospital appointment or a dental appointment. Is the only time this dog's not with me.
Yeah. And you know what? Dogs know. When I
Yeah.
got my surgery, I guess she was like around 8. Was it 8? Yeah, she was about 8 years old. When I came home after 5 days in the VA hospital, I had my back surgery. She actually knew there was something wrong with me.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
she would jump on me like all over the place, jumping,
Yeah.
smacking into me, this and that. But when she saw me come back, she was like, there's something wrong with him. She kept looking
You
at me
know.
up and down. She was
Yeah.
like, why is he walking slow? This and that. He doesn't look right. She knew something happened to me.
Oh, they're very, very smart. Very smart. They're the best friends you'll ever have. The man's best friend. You will never get anyone more loyal than a dog.
Yeah, exactly.
You
And
just couldn't.
She didn't bark. My
No.
twin would call me, oh, it's 4th of July. How's the dog doing? I said,
Oh,
you
this
know
would have
what?
been hysterical.
No, the dog just sat there like, what's going on out there? She didn't bark. She would
But saying
growl.
that, see, none of my dogs did. It's only Jessie that is afraid of, and I mean every noise, every bang, she looks out to the sky, and I'm like, Jessie, it's fine, it's okay, and she lays her head back down. It's literally what was your dog's name?
Chloe.
So the kids' names are then, yeah.
Yeah, that was her name when they got her. So, and I said, yeah, that's a nice name. Let's leave it. We didn't want to confuse her, but
yeah.
I felt bad when I used to go to work and I would come back. She'd be scratching the door, barking, or not barking but howling, and I had to stop her from doing that. And it worked. She was smart enough to understand you can't do that. And I asked the neighbors. The neighbor goes, "Oh no, it's because she misses you." But I had to stop her from doing that. Hey, we're allowed to have dogs here, but I thought she was
but
just
you know, at least you're a decent neighbour because some people don't. They leave the dog out all day while they're at work, and the poor dog is in every element, and the crying and the barking, and it's so sad. So it's not the dog's fault, is it? You know, they've got to be taught, haven't they? And if they're left outside in a yard, they should be covered from the elements. Full stop.
Yeah.
You know, but if and if they're stuck in an apartment all day, at least they know you're coming back and you're looking after them. They're in a better place than they probably would have been had she have not been with you. You know.
Yeah.
So, little Chloe. You'll have to send me a picture of you. Have you got pictures of it, RC? RC?
Yeah, I do. I got
you'll have to send me a little picture of it. Show me. I love animals. I'm animal mad, aren't I?
And over the years,
Are you happy?
I used to, like, how you say, tell my daughters, I said, you know what? I'm not mad at you guys anymore, but I'm going to remember that you pulled the scan on your dad. And they go,
Yeah, and you won't do it again. Yeah. Oh, Liz, who lost her dog last year, she was devastated over Holly. Her little dog was Holly, and she said that was her alarm clock. She didn't need one. That dog used to wake her, and you just say, do you know what? I remember my last dog. He was only 6 when he died. He had a brain tumor, and I got attached to him just as I did Jessie, and I only had him 6 years. Most devastating thing. So I'm dreading anything happening to her. But it is people who don't have animals don't understand just how much of an impact they've got on your life. You know, when you say, it's my own fault. I have created this problem myself. I hardly go anywhere. If Jessie can't go, then I'll try and get out of going. Because I know, I mean, since my back went in 2018, and then when we went into COVID and I never went out for 2 years solid, Jessie was there at my side, so she's never been without me now. So if I have to go out, she will run upstairs, she'll lay on the bed, listening by the window. No one, doesn't matter if they offer her all kinds of treats or anything, she won't go down the stairs or see. She just totally lives for me. It's terrible. I cannot move. I can't go to the toilet, can't go to the bath for the bath, I can't go for the shower. She's at my ankles all the time. They're like a Velcro dog. That's what they call them now. Velcro dogs. Right. Because she is literally stuck. I think you should get another one, RC. I think you should go home.
I'm gonna wait to when I get to Florida, maybe.
Well, what's happening with Florida? Where you supposed to be going this year?
Well, you know, things mysteriously
things have changed. Up. Yeah,
also, my daughters, you know, they keep emotionally fucking with my head, if you know what I mean.
They don't want you to go.
But Dad, you know, what about us? This and that. And I look at them and I'm going like, what about you?
Will you be far from them?
What, if I go to Florida?
Yeah, I haven't got a clue. Is that a long way from them?
Florida is on the other side of the country.
Oh God, that'd be the same then, RC.
Basically, about 1,100 miles from New York.
Oh, I'd be the same then. If I thought that you were going that far away from me, I'd be devastated.
You know, and I look at them, I said, hey, what are you guys upset for? And then I said, it's not like you visit me. And that was a mistake to say that because
I know. They do it all the time.
They come here, both of them, at least once a week.
Oh.
And whatever I need, they go out and they purchase it.
They get you there. Yeah, so they're good kids, aren't they? Is there no way you can go closer or see that you know, the kids can come and see you? Is there no way that's nicer?
They would have to either drive, which would take about 18 hours.
But I mean, if it was to go closer, surely there's somewhere closer that you could look at now.
Well, I don't want to move to Jersey. It's a liberal state and it's expensive. The cost of living is ridiculous. Right. Then you got Virginia, you got Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina. South Carolina.
Because it's massive. The country is massive.
Yeah, that's you know, it's spread out. That country, but it's not.
Go to West Virginia and get Lunchy to make your dinners and pass them into you.
Yeah.
I think we should all go there in our retirement. Go there and let lunch ladies. Oh, poor lunch lady. She never off a feast. She's going mad with her back herself.
Lunch lady a while back said, "Oh, move down to West Virginia." I know that area because
Oh,
I have friends that grew up there and they
there you
live
go.
there.
Get yourself down there then.
You know, nah, I want to. Well, put it this way: if I go to Virginia, I have no family. Period. Florida,
Okay,
I
so
have a lot of.
you've got family then in Florida, is that it?
Yeah, got a lot of
Ah,
family.
right. Okay, I get it then. So you have got family down there.
You know, again, my thing is, you know, the grandkids. I got 3 grandsons. My son. The rest of the family. Yeah, I left
Yeah.
the
Oh
bottle.
God, I know about that. Ship family, I know. Been there, done that, got the t-shirts. Yeah, Lizzo said she's grieved for the loss of her little dog Holly than she has for some of the human relatives. True. It's a different grief because they are so pure and loyal. 1,000,000% Lizzo, they are. It doesn't matter what mood you get up in, they love you. It doesn't matter. You leave them, you come back and the little tails are waggling. They're
Yeah,
always pleased to see you.
I was thinking about Chloe. I think about her often.
Aww.
Sometimes when I look at the area where she had her bowl and her water bowl, I look over there and sometimes I swear I'm like, I could have sworn I just saw her. And I'm going,
I
wait a
do
minute.
believe that though, you know. I do believe that, honestly, I do. I do believe it. Lizzo, I can't see what you're saying. What's Lizzo saying, RC? Lizzo, can you honestly tell me, have you been trolling in my name or Barbara Smith's name? Who, me? Me trolling in your name?
No, rapper. That's the rapper.
She goes, I grieve more than the loss of Holly than I have for some of my human relatives.
It's true though, isn't it, RC? It's true.
Yeah,
Like
it's true.
Lady
I
lost
agree.
her little dog when I first met her. She'd only just lost her and she was devastated as well. You do, you just love them. It's so much. They bring you so much joy. You know, when people go, oh, I couldn't be bothered. Go in the vet, having to get them groomed. But it just comes with so much joy. I love it. I absolutely adore it. Just as everyone else loves theirs, I adore everything about it.
Can I jump in right here real quick, you guys?
Of course you can, Lady.
Oh, well, thank you. I hate to love you guys and leave you, but I need to get a couple hours sleep before I go out to my in-laws. I got to go to the hospital. And so it's on me. Beefcake had to go to work. So I need at least 3 hours sleep and then I'll be all right. A lot of coffee.
Go on, go and have a sleep. I'll stay on till about 1. Then I'm going to get up and get me shower and take Jess out because it's very hot here today, but it's over. There's no sun at the minute. So
I love you guys.
If it's okay with you, Lee?
You do whatever you got to do, babes.
But can I just check that I can get out of here because I forgot how to do it on my phone? Just give me a second,
I was
Lee.
wondering why I had to pop you up. You just hit the end stream.
It what?
You hit end stream.
I haven't got that. Where's that?
So click on going down and then maybe it'll pop up the end stream. I forget how to do it on the phone.
Now, all I can see on my phone when I come in here is exactly, oh, Leanie, I'm a silly bitch. Do you know what it is? Because I was off asleep. I came in via YouTube.
I know. I was wondering why I had to give you the link. I was like, what the hell is she doing?
I was off deadly. As soon as I got your message, I just came here. No, I never came in through StreamYard. I came in YouTube. It's okay. I can see end, so I'm all good.
Okay. All right, guys.
Okay.
I love you so much. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hitting the like. I love you too, Miss Barbara. I will read your message as soon as I wake up. I got to hit my head on the pillow. RC, thank you for coming up and having a chat with me. And to Sean, thank you so much. Thank you to the mods for keeping this a safe place to be. Those that have hung out in the bushes, those that have been in chat, we appreciate you. And to those that are members, thank you for hanging helping us pay the bills around here. All right. Love you guys so much. See you later.
Good
Bye.
night,
care,
love.
Lainey.
Yeah, good night, Gail. Good night. So what's this? So there's all trolls. There's trolls everywhere. RC. So, cause Rapper will tell you the truth. Rapper will always own up and say, yeah, it was me. I said to Rapper one time, God, it was, I think I seen what are they called? Is it a troll? No, what is it called when someone's doing you? What is it?
Trolling?
Like a duplicate of you. So someone did a duplicate of me. I seen a Maggie and I seen her going into Leanie's talking, and I was in the bushes. This was before I went on Leanie's, and I went, "Oh my God, it's not even me!" So I had to go in and leave a message and say, "That's not me." And then I said to Rapper a few weeks later, "Rapper, was that you doing me?" He went, "Yeah, Maggie, sorry." He didn't do anything wrong with it. He was just like doing a comment, but he doesn't know who it could be, honestly, because they are trolling under my name over there. Oh God! So there's a troll of Rapper as well.
Yeah, Rapper.
Yeah, he's always been honest. He's always been honest. So I believe him too when he says it's not him.
Rapper's been around for a long
time. Yeah. But have you ever had one of you, RC?
I
What
don't
do
know.
they call it? Not a troll. What is it when it oh God, what's it called? Help me out, please. What's it called when someone's doing you? Not a duplicate. Not a oh, I don't know, RC. I can't think.
I forgot too. I know the term.
I know what it is, but I can't remember the name. Not trolling. I know the trolling, but it's a duplicate. No, I'm stopping. I'm not even going to think about it. If anyone can think of what I'm trying to say, let me know, please. A clown. That's it, Barbara. A clown. A clown. Oh my God, RC, I couldn't for the life of me think of that.
But
I couldn't. Have you ever been cloned, RC?
You can tell when you get cloned because
how
somebody can use your name, but when they're registering your name, all they got to do is alter just one thing. It could be a matter just of adding a period when they come in. So, like somebody can come in, they won't be able to use just RC, but they can lowercase the first letter and not the second one. You come in.
Okay.
And and again, when people got long names, they could just change one name, but you're looking at the actual
I know
name.
what you mean. And a lot of people get onto them as well, don't they? The clones, because of the way they write, apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
I never noticed anything like that. It's have to be something out there. Like I know Peggy does big writing, so that's something that I noticed with Peggy. But as for everyone else, I wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah, but anyway, I think the conversation was swell tonight. I think.
Oh well, I'm sorry I was late, but as I say, this sleep mine. And you always have a lot to talk about, don't you, love?
Yeah, we need to have these conversations in all different subject matters, et cetera, about life in general.
Well, Lainey used to do it all the time, but it's a lot for her because when she's doing the Coburger Wednesday and then the Thursday Q&As, she's researching all week, trying to find things out that we don't already know. Because it's hard work, isn't it? Because I try to find out myself out there and I can't find anything. I'm absolutely crap. I'm just part of the furniture on Leanie's channel. I just sit there and part of the furniture. I speak when I'm spoken to. Well, I don't, but you know what I mean. It is hard work though, and especially when she's juggling a lot at the minute. So it's impossible for her to take too much on right now.
Yeah, and again, she's been doing the trials, so
Yeah, I can't wait for this trial. Are you following it, RC, the Coburger?
Not really. And
oh my God, what I found out yesterday.
Yeah, because my thing is, in my age, I seen shit like that and worse. And
Yeah.
again, this is how this society runs these days. It's sad that, humans are capable of doing some crazy shit, but it happens.
Yeah. Yeah.
In other words, what I'm saying is that I grew up in a crime-ridden city,
Yeah.
and I seen the worst, especially in the ghetto. I'm not surprised anymore. It takes a lot of shit to surprise me anymore. I hear
Yeah.
about it and I go, wow. Like
Yeah.
you become normal to it.
Yeah, it is. You do. It's normalised in the end. I mean, it's when it first, we never had shootings here, or they at all. I mean, if there was, I never heard of them. And then we heard of a shooting. The whole of the city, the whole of the area where I lived was like, oh my God, we couldn't get over there being a shooting because we don't have guns here. And the next thing, it just became that we just hear it all the time now. Then it was people getting knifed. It was awful. Again, we become normalised to it. It was just the norm to open the newspaper and see it there, turn the TV on, and I don't watch any of the news anymore. Because if I watch the news or see, I'd live in fear. I don't want that. So I don't watch it anymore because it's all a load of shit. I've seen
Yeah.
a lot, and I think, no, that's not even happening. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I just don't bother with it anymore because a lot of it is fear mongering. So,
Well, it's fear
you know,
mongering, but then again, that also proves that this is the village we live in now.
yeah,
And
yeah,
I'm not surprised. Nothing, like I said, nothing surprises me. Like
yeah,
I've had people tell me, is New York really that bad? I said,
yeah,
would you like to hear a couple of stories? I said, imagine you're sitting outside of a bench, okay, at a
yeah,
ballpark, regular street ballpark, right? Which is different in the neighborhood. You got two teams playing baseball, and you're sitting there with your son, and
yeah.
behind you, just 5 feet away, somebody gets their brains blown out,
Oh my God.
and it's normal. Like I get
Yeah,
angry that my son was there at the time.
yeah, I know,
Of
I
course,
know.
I'll grab him up and I'll cover him up because I don't know who else is going to shoot back. Then it turns
Yeah.
out that somebody just got executed in broad daylight, and they just
Yeah, it's the
they just
same
walked
here.
away.
That's happened here. That's
You
happened
know,
here with it's by, a little shopping place. I mean, go along the roads here, they have shops, and then they'll have houses. So it's a mixture of everything. And kids are coming back and forward from school, and they're just randomly fighting against the gangs and firing guns. And oh, it's terrifying when it starts. It really is. So I just wonder about what's the state of the place going to be like in 10 years' time. You get worried for your kids, don't you?
yeah, I worry about them and all the shit that's been going on in the. Listen, and again, I laugh, but I don't mean it as like I'm just
No, I know
laughing.
what you mean.
But so far, we had two incidents where a man robbed another man just recently, a couple of days ago. After
Yeah.
he robbed him, he raped him. He did some sexual crap to the guy.
Oh my God.
Now, before this incident, a week ago, there was another nut job who actually raped a man who was dead.
Oh, God's sick. Isn't
And,
it
and,
sick? It's going with it's sick.
that's sick. That's our
Yeah.
society today.
Well,
My
I
thing
found
is,
when I was browsing the internet, not the internet, YouTube, I came across this thing in Britain about a man who worked in a hospital, and he was like a handyman. He was like a handyman, and his job involved him at times going into the morgue, replacing lights and stuff like that. And it turns out that he'd been going in the morgue and raping, like having sex with dead bodies. But what was the worst thing, Garcia, was there was two little children killed in a car crash. And what he did, he took pictures of all this, He took pictures of essaying one of the children, and when it all came out, that mother had to see that in court.
Yeah.
You know, not only is her children being killed, she had to watch that. How
I'm telling
sick
you,
are some people?
yeah, there's something that, I call it
I
the stone
mean,
screw, I call it the Cain
dysfunctional. I
society.
think it's so. I think it's.
It's
I don't
evil.
know. I mean, but they were saying, oh, he was just like a normal man. You would never have known. And I mean, isn't that scary though? I mean,
Yeah, it
oh,
is.
I don't know. You start looking at people side eyeing them, thinking, oh, but you just never know. I see. You just never know. I mean,
Yep.
I'd run a million miles at a dead body. Me, I'm terrified. But these people that get off on, oh God, I mean, I just don't know. I'll never understand how some people tick. You know, they say some people, these qualified people who can get into the minds of these kinds of people. I mean, how can they? I just don't know. Do you think those people can ever be fixed? Because I don't.
Yeah, again, evil is real.
Oh, it is.
What
It is.
causes people to
It's
do the
sick
shit
and
they
it's
do?
evil and it's twisted. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like they try to rehabilitate pedophiles. You know,
I
I
I
mean,
I disagree with all that
well, I do
rehabilitating
too.
shit.
I think if you've done that, I think if someone goes up and goes, look, I've got these things, I'll never do it, they should be watched. But once they have done that to a child, there's no way on this earth can they be rehabilitated. No chance. You're not going to change their minds. That's in their minds, and that's the end of it.
Exactly. Yep.
There's no way you can change someone like that. That's another thing, how you can look at a child and think that way. There's so many twisted wrongs in this world that you just don't know what make these people tick.
I wanted to ask you a question about Britain, but shit, it escapes. Oh yeah, here it is. There's a guy over there who I think he used to be a politician, but he's also an expert on the jab, diseases, etc., etc. I saw a report yesterday from Kennedy on our side because he's the new health department secretary,
Mm-hmm.
and he said that the BBC ran a video or documentary about Fauci killing kids in America. First of all, he was experimenting on them. And according to the document or the information that Kennedy gave us, and people are saying, wow, they can't believe that he actually came out and said what he said. But it turns out that Fauci was experimenting on young children, and till they eventually died.
Oh my
And
God.
some woman, and I forgot the woman's name, she made it her business to do research and find out where this shit was occurring. And it turns out that it was actually happening in New York State, upstate New York somewhere.
Oh.
And they named the cemetery, which is called the Gates of Heaven. That's where
Oh.
he was burying all the children.
Oh.
And then it further said that they had hired, while they were doing these experiments, some Dominican people to come and supposedly watch, take care of these children while they were doing the experiments.
Oh.
And I'm saying to myself, why didn't America know this? But the BBC actually made a documentary on it. It really is disgusting to me that our government, and I was saying for like the last 2 years, we actually have people coming on YouTube on our side talking about that they ran out the pharmaceuticals on your side, that they forbid any more vaccines, certain places, areas, or whatever. And this guy is part of your people in your part of the world.
Yeah.
And the guy was saying this back in late 21, early 22. So we're in 25. And it's now that these things are being reported in America. Even though I
Wow.
saw other doctors from your side, they would come on and they would throw out some reports about how many people were dying and where, including inside the United States.
Yeah, we
Not
got all that
government,
as well. We were hearing all yours and we were getting shown all your
yeah.
hospitals where people were dying like flies.
And the thing is, why somebody else was proving it, and I get mad when people sometimes are just straight up stupid. I said, listen, why are you dismissing that and calling it fake? Am I to believe that Britain doesn't have their own doctors, their own scientists, their own
Yeah.
health department? They do. And you know what Britain did that we refuse to do or acknowledge? At least they went out of their way to research it and find out. Well, let's find out what's in this jab. Let's find out, are people dying from this?
Did they there, Arcee? Did they go out of the way to find out? Because when they were bringing it all out, see, they were all partying in 10 Downing Street, and while we were all our relatives were dying and we couldn't be with them, they lied to us. They lied to us on so many levels. It was unbelievable. I don't trust them. I used to. What an absolute arsehole that I am that I trusted. I would never trust them again.
But you know what? I have to say that I trust you people more than I do my own, because we didn't find out about it till 2 years later when it was reported here in YouTube on our side. YouTube would flag them, and I'm like, going, what the hell? And my thing is, do doctors in other parts of the world not have the right to speak up and say, hey, man, there's something going wrong here. There's something going on.
Yeah, we did have some of our doctors were coming out saying that, and they were getting threatened with losing their jobs, and it was, some of them spoke out, and good for them. They said, no, it hasn't been looked into enough, and good on them. It was a risk they took. Just a minute. All right, Iran. She went about 15 minutes ago. She was shattered. So I just stayed on. I said I'll stay on till 1, and then I get me shower and get the dog out for a walk. Yeah, she must be knackered because she's had a lot going on. Yeah. I'm gone. I'll have to click that to do that so I can read this, because there's a share your referral link. Because I'm looking on my phone, it goes right across the bottom comment. Did I understand right now someone made a fake Leanie page? Oh, I don't know. First I've heard. Is that true, Arcee? Have you heard?
The what?
Did you hear that someone made a fake Leanie page?
Oh, yeah, they can do that too.
No, but have you heard that they've done that? Because I'm saying, did I understand right now someone made a fake Leanie page? I don't know anything about that, Anne. Does anyone, Lizzo, Barbara Smith, do you know about this? Because I've not got a clue. No, I haven't heard that one.
Haven't heard, but I haven't been watching any of the court trials or anything like that. Because it's during the daytime, and I usually go out, do what I got to do. Sometimes I try. That's when sometimes I can get at least 3 hours of sleep if I choose to. Sometimes I just, and then she hasn't been on this late in a while.
Yeah, no, she hasn't. And she's got a lot going on as well. So, hang on a minute. I scrolled up and thought that was Lizzo and Rapper was talking about. No, what it was is Lizzo was asking Rapper if he cloned her and Barbara Smith, and if he was going around the channels pretending to be them, and he said no, it wasn't him, and we all believe him because he holds his hands up when it's him. He says, yeah, it was me, so it's not him. So that's what they were asking him, if it was him doing the trolling, but it's not.
Like I said last time, sometimes misery loves company. My thing is, don't give them the company. Just ignore them.
Yeah,
You know.
that's it. Just ignore. Don't get into it. That's my motto.
Yeah, you can always report it to YouTube.
Yeah.
And
Well, it's
ask,
not true anyway. And she just read it, and what she was reading, she thought it was saying that Leanie had a big page, but it wasn't. It was just Lizzo asking Rapper if he'd make clones of her and Barbara.
Yeah,
you'd obviously, Pam.
That's not easy to do. I promise you.
I wouldn't have a clue. I balls it up. I wouldn't be able to do a clone. Just about do myself. Never mind a clone.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
so what are you doing today? What time is it for you, RC?
I got 7:50 a.m.
7:50 a.m. So you're only very early, aren't you? So what's your plan today? What are you up to?
Let's see. What am I up to? I got.
And is your weather nice now?
Yeah, we get 60s. It's gotten up to the 70s already.
Right.
But we're still messing around with overnight 58, 60. Daytime maybe 75.
Yeah.
78 the other day.
Yeah.
But today I think it's gonna be just 70 something. Oh, not even that.
Well, ours has been 8 degrees through the night, 9 degrees, which is warm for us. But now we're having, as I say, 25 degrees, and that's different for you. I know what our degrees is to yours. I've no idea. But all I know is it's hot for us. This kind of weather that we're having now, we normally have to go abroad for, unless we're having a heat wave.
It's going to be 75 today. Then it's going to drop into the mid to low 60s for the next 2 days.
Yeah.
And then low 70s Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And rain rain tomorrow. Rain Wednesday, Thursday.
Well,
Friday,
we've got a threat of rain today. It's 24 degrees today with a threat of rain and thunderstorms, which we've been waiting for, because usually if we have good weather, it comes with thunderstorms. So it's cloudy now, but it's very close, very warm. So what will you do today, RC?
I don't know. I'm not. It's Monday. I really didn't have anything planned today.
Yeah,
I got food there. My twins brought me some supplies at the same time. It's because I don't buy nothing.
Yeah. The goods, aren't they?
Yeah, the only thing they won't pay for is my habit, which is cigarettes.
Yeah,
I don't drink. I don't drink.
Hang on, RC. You're getting off, Mel. Time for bed, love. Good night and God bless, Mel. I'll speak to you tomorrow, Gail. Have a good sleep. I'm getting off myself soon to start my day. I get the dog out before it rains.
What time is it by you?
It's now 10 to 1. 12:53.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, 3 more minutes and we're out of here.
We're out of here, RC. Our love story comes to an end. Hey, RC, we haven't had a fight.
Oh, I ain't got no time to fight with you, married women.
Oh, I'm not having a fight with you either. I can't be bothered.
If you're not going to leave your husband, then I don't want to hear from you anymore.
Don't you say that to him, because he'll throw me at you. He'd be like that, RC, you can have it with my blessing. He would, I'm telling you. Says I'm hard way.
And you know what? That would make me think twice. Wait a minute.
Well, at least you see the red flags. Some people don't. Some people don't. They go in, don't they? And they think, oh, yeah, be all right. And then the shit hits the fan.
I'm not interested in creating an international incident.
Listen, let me tell you, if anything happens between me and him, I wouldn't be bothered with a relationship ever again in my life. No, I just couldn't be bothered with it. I honestly couldn't be bothered. I'd like to just watch the telly, have me tea, smoke me dog, and just be happy. I mean, not saying I'm not happy now. Of course I am. But I wouldn't be interested in another relationship, for sure.
Yeah, what for? We're not teenagers anymore.
No, I've got my little YouTube. I can have a gab, and that's enough for me. I couldn't be bothered with all that. I have a laugh and a joke, Horsey, no more than everyone else. Do you know what I mean? But I'm
Yeah,
not bothered.
that's
I'm
true.
not
Yeah,
interested. I'd rather have fish and chips
I
by
hear
the sea, as everyone does here. Eats fish and chips by the sea.
you. Yep, that's all we got, you know. Like I told my daughter, why are you going to Florida? I'm gonna go down there so I can die in peace. And they're like,
Aww.
what the hell's wrong with you, old man? I said, oh, see, now I'm old, so you're helping me to go down there and drop dead. That's okay. Got
You know, me go drop dead. So Anne said, me neither, Maggie. You don't have that kind of energy anymore. Oh, Anne, I'm telling you, all my energy is put into, I don't even know what, trying to have a couple of hours sleep. No, honestly, I just couldn't. I'll gab to anyone. Do you know what I mean? But as for holding the relationship down, like I've got cousins my age, and they're still, you know, they're single, but they're still out there and having a ball. I couldn't be bothered. I
Did you
couldn't be
say?
bothered.
Did
I
you
did
say?
all that when I was younger.
Did you say cousins your age that are still single?
Yes.
What the hell's wrong with them?
Well, there's got to be something, hasn't there? Well, don't get me wrong. They've been married. They've been married. They're just not
Okay, so
anymore.
they're single again. Oh, okay,
But
I
they're
hear you.
still, but they're single. They're single, and they don't. They're single and they're mingling,
Yeah,
and
well,
you
you
know,
know,
they
nothing
don't
wrong
even
with
look
that.
their age. So good for them. Good for them. But I
Yeah,
couldn't be bothered. I'm too set. Do you know what? I am too set in my ways. I've realised I am too set in my ways. I like my own company. And I could never say I get bored. I mean, okay, I'm married, I've got a son, so who could get bored? But I love my own company.
yeah, nothing wrong with that.
I
You
really
talk to
do. And
yourself, Maggie?
some people think you must be lonely. I'm not. I'm far from lonely. I mean, I never see my son. He's always cooped up in the bedroom on stupid gaming. Apart from he
Listen,
is looking for
you,
jobs, he
you,
can't even get a job.
yeah, even if you're alone, doesn't mean you're lonely. That's what I tell
Exactly.
people all the
It
time. I'm like,
doesn't.
hey, man. I'm
And
like, yeah,
people think if you're single as well, they go, "Oh, if you're not going to meet someone," and they automatically think you've got to meet someone, you've got to be with someone. You haven't got to be with anyone. I mean, if that's what you want, go for it. I wish everyone could be happy. Do you know what I mean? But some people just are happy to be alone.
yeah. It's
Some people have
again,
had
that's
that
when
much shit in their lives that
it's not,
they just don't
it's
want to
not,
go there.
it's not possible to at my age, right? Is it possible? Yes. Does it something that I look for? No.
Exactly. Like
I don't
Anne
mind
said,
going on a date and
uh,
shit like that, but marriage again?
no,
No.
no chance.
Been there,
I'd
done
only
that.
get married for the dress. So Anne said, mine is stuck to his phone worse than the young ones. Exactly. And so was mine. He comes
Yeah.
in from work. He goes on his phone and he's laughing away. Goes on Instagram and he's laughing away at whatever he's watching. And then he gets ready, goes to the gym, comes back from the gym, goes on his phone, falls asleep on the couch, and I'll wake him up, and then you go to bed, and then it's the same again, over and over. But you know what? I can't just blame him for that because I enjoy my phone, and if I'm not on my phone, I mean, we've got so much technology in our hands, haven't we? Who could be lonely with a phone? I go on YouTube and think I've been on there 10 minutes. I've been on there 10 hours. You know, and I love crocheting, and crocheting is my happy place. I'm chilled out. I'm watching a program I love, and I'm crocheting, and I'm in my element. Doesn't
Right.
take
Yeah,
much. I'm not high maintenance.
yeah, that's
So
true.
what's that? She told him on Saturday what? Let's see.
Yeah.
I told him just Saturday I'm going to get the £4 hammer, and he won't have a phone anymore. Well, Anne, do you go on your phone a lot? Be honest, Anne.
I got two phones. I use one to on Messenger, and I share a lot of shit, but I share stuff And I went off on some people yesterday. They say, well, this and that, and they start complaining, right? Whether they got not feeling well, this and that. I mean, I sent them all kinds of shit. I sent them stuff like, natural ingredients, natural food that will make you feel better, whether it's your stomach or you get headaches, if you do this. And I'm like, do you read any shit that I send y'all? And they go, well, I was busy, this and that. Oh, but when we meet up, all you do is complain about your life. I said, I think it's a great idea that if I send you something, because I know that you're feeling some kind of way, gee, look at it and try it. Maybe it make you feel better. I'm just trying to help. And they go, well, and then, they start blaming me for like, well, some of the shit you send is kind of scary. I said, well, some of the shit that I'm sending you is to try to explain to you guys to stop believing in the government. Stop believing your doctors sometimes.
Yeah.
The doctors have been trained to give you service according to
I've
how
got a
they
friend
trained
like
them.
you, RC, and she's always saying to me, "What are you doing with that? Don't be taking that. Why you don't have to take it. Just tell them now." And she, she's against it all. She takes everything natural. She's very much against the government. All this what's it called in the sky? She says they're trying to block out our sun and they blame it on global warming.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
She's onto all that. So she's showing me as we're walking, she's going, "Oh, look at the chemtrails. Look at the chemtrails."
Yeah,
So she showed me the difference because I'm honest with you. I'll tell you straight now. I'm cut off and believe everyone me. I'm only getting wise now at 60 years old. Do you know what I mean? And I'm cut off, but I hear so much from her. She teaches me so much. But sometimes I say to her, "Oh, fucking shut up now. You're terrifying me. Don't tell me anymore." And she goes, "I could tell you some shit that would scare you. You wouldn't sleep." I go, "Okay, don't tell me no more. Don't tell me no more." So Lizzo says, "I didn't think I would want a relationship again, but now I would like one. It would be nice for the company." Well, that's it, Lizzo. If you want a relationship, love, then I wish you all the luck in the world and I hope you find one. To find one now, it's online, isn't it? I mean, have you got friends who you go out and drink with, Lizzo? Because in my day, when we met someone, we'd go out, we'd go to a club or a pub or a party, and we'd meet someone. Loads of people meet at funerals because the funerals here are like weddings. But I don't know whether you socialise and go out, or are you on an app? Or you don't have to tell me. It's just that I'm just wondering because I think now, if it was me, I wouldn't be interested anyway. But I'd tell you what, I'd be so scared to do an online dating. Be terrified.
Yeah,
because I've read that much shit and crime.
Yeah, we don't know. Hey, it has. Put it this way: have there been some fantastic stories? On date lighting.
Oh,
yeah.
me too. Me too.
The majority of them, when you start hearing shit about, "Oh my God, you're married," and it happens both ways. Women do it too. They get on
of course.
online
Because, yeah.
And also, the I can't. And again, it does work for some, very few.
But you know what I think, Horsey? If you haven't got a tight relationship, I don't care who you are. If you haven't got a tight relationship, there's so much temptation at your fingertips.
Yeah, well, again, temptation is the way of the devil, which is evil.
But what I'm saying, if you've got, it's so easy now, and I've seen it and I've witnessed it. I know an awful lot, men and women, who go on and they've cheated. They've cheated because it's so easy to do it.
Yeah, that I agree with.
It's so easy to do it.
Yep, that I agree
and
with.
So if you're not solid in your relationship and your fella's on his phone, then I'd be thinking, oh my God, I wouldn't be able to cope.
Well, the
I
thing
really
is,
wouldn't.
we got too many people that say, well, why not? Everybody else is doing it. So my thing is, there's something wrong with you if that's how you think.
Yeah.
My thing is, nobody wants to be hurt or taken for a ride.
Lizzo said she's tried online dating and it's crap. You can't trust them. So what way would you go about to meet someone, Liz? What way would you? I mean,
and you know what? I agree with Liz. You know what's even sadder? You can't even trust matchmakers anymore.
No.
Because they say, oh no, I know this fella, this and that. But how do they know that that fella was nothing but a bullshit artist? And they took them
I
for a
think
ride, you know?
if it was me looking for a relationship, I think I'd probably only do it as someone who knew someone. Do you know, like, a close friend who knew someone and set like a blind date up or something like that. I think that'd be the only way I'd be confident if someone knew of someone. Because I just think it's scary now. I mean, that could be age as well. You know, I mean, when we're younger, let's be honest. You look back now and you think, oh my God, why did I put myself in that position? You know, I would never do when I did when I was younger now. So that could be an age thing where you're more, you're not as trusting, and you know, you're looking out for yourself more than you would have when you were younger. So you do put a lot of obstacles in your way. But I think, you know, sometimes Lizzo, I know loads of people. I mean, I don't know if you know any single men that you know that sometimes. I mean, it's what you can get. It's 2025 now. You can go out and approach a man yourself now and say, "Do you want to fancy going for something to eat or a drink, or do you not know anyone, Liz?" Oh, look at you. Why don't you get over there, RC? Move to Britain by Lizzo. Take it out for a drink.
Where's Lizzo living? She's overseas, right?
She's in Britain. Do you need to get over here? Don't be going to Florida.
No self-respecting American would go visit a Briton.
What do you mean?
I'm just kidding.
I agree.
I'm pretty sure they say it on your side too. They go, no respect for Britain would date an American.
Well, what they say is the Yanks are all mad.
Imagine that, right? It's like, wow, so what the hell are you talking with me for? Oh, just, testing the waters. Hey, test the waters by insult to me at the same time. Wow. That says a lot about you. Hey, that date that I told you about is canceled. But you know what? At the end of the day, YouTube is okay. Chat, whatever. On what is it? Online dating. Yeah, 15 years ago. Yeah, I gave it a shot, and I'm going like, some of these people are like out there. Like, what the hell? And I actually went on one date. The pictures did not match the person.
Well, that happened to my cousin as well. She said she loved a man in a suit. That's what she put in the bio. She loved a man to turn out well. Loved a man in a suit. And when she turns up, she said he looked. This was her words. Oh my God, you look like a fucking undertaker. So she called me. And she went, yeah, is everything okay? I've just got your text. Oh my God, will you pick me up? So I knew then she needed to get out of there. So I said, yeah, give me 15 minutes because she wasn't far away. So I went to pick her up. She said, oh my God, he was 40 years older than his picture. She said, I said, what picture? He said the picture was 10 years old. She said, well, why are you putting a 10-year-old picture up? He said, because it was a good one of me. So Lizzo said, I have no idea now. A friend tried matchmaking me and I was told he had left his wife, but she was still living in his house, but separate rooms, until she paid some debt and got somewhere to live. Oh God, Lizzo, that was a red flag.
But you know what?
That
What
was.
makes humans do that shit? Oh, listen, I'm divorced, but I still live with
I
my
don't.
wife.
I don't
Whoa,
know. I
whoa,
don't
what?
know. I
What?
know.
You know,
It's crazy, crazy. The only
like
way
over
that is
here.
working. I mean, if they turn round and said, now look, we've been friends for years. It's just easier for us, cheaper for us to stay together. You're welcome to come over and meet her. Honestly, it's just amicable. We've been like this for years. I suppose that would work, wouldn't it? You go over, but then imagine you went over and you just wanted to treat them. Oh, that'd be my luck. I'd be like, oh my God, get me home. Right, RC, I'm out of here, honey.
Okay, lady. Nice
I'm going to
talking
love
to
you and leave you. Lizzo,
All right.
thanks for staying around. Anne and
Good night,
Barbara,
ladies and gentlemen.
thanks for staying around with us. RC, lovely to talk to you as always. And I'll speak to you again, hon. I don't know whether you're coming over on Wednesday. I don't think you do you? You don't come over to Coburger.
Wednesday. What's Wednesday? What do
That's
you got?
Coburger Wednesday. She does, the Brian Coburger, the Idaho murders.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I'll see. What time is
Yeah,
usually?
she covers it of a Wednesday. It's 3:30 in the afternoon, Leanie's time.
Oh, okay.
So
Because
that's where we are.
Lini, I really haven't been. You know what's weird about Lini? That if she puts a short video or anything, and I try to, video, like she's not live, and I try to comment, it won't let me go in the comment section.
That's the same as me. It's same as me too. If she puts something up, I can't either, and I don't know why.
Well, but she does that, so you get the same treatment, huh?
Yeah, exactly the same, and so does Melly Jo. She does too. So I don't know what that's about. I can't comment. I can only comment on a few of them, but not all of them.
Yeah, because if I go to other people's shit,
you can do it.
I can do it. I'm like,
yeah. Well,
like,
I can only do it on some of Leanie's, but not all. And then I heard Melly Jo saying the same. I said, "Oh, Melly, I can't do it either." So I don't know what that is. Does anyone know what that is?
Yeah, I can't do it on any of hers. And I ask friends, and they go, "Well, does it open up?" I say, "Yeah, that's where you can check mark it, give it a thumbs up, or comment."
But what it is, when you go to click a comment, it doesn't open, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It's just you click on it and nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
You don't see. Yeah, mine's exactly the same. No, it's not a glitch. It's been like this for as long as I've known Leanie. I can only message on some of it. Well, I don't know if I can. No, I can message on her posts, but I can't message on her shorts.
So you know what? Every time that happens to me, that's okay. I'll be talking to myself. That's okay, Leanie. You don't want to fucking talk to me. You don't want to write a comment.
At first, I thought, hang on, am I blocked? I thought I was blocked. But I don't know what it is. Hiya, Joe Bell. Hope you're okay, Gail.
You don't want to hear what I got to say? Fine. You know? Hey, listen.
Oh, I think I know what happens, Maggie. Go on, Anne. What happens? Because we can comment on a post, but not on a shorts. So you know where you click the little thing, so your message box comes up and you can type in it. That doesn't happen. Nothing happens when you click it. Anne said...
Did Lizzo do a screenshot with the bathing suits and all that?
Did you do a screenshot, Lizzo, with the bathing suit? So hang on, Anne said maybe YouTube puts it in a health section for her to check first. No, I don't think so. I don't know. We'll have to all go over to one of Leanie's shorts now and find out. Because I can never comment on her shorts at all. I'll have to ask her.
Yeah, it's only on the shorts.
Yeah, only on the shorts.
Video, yeah, I can comment even if it's
exactly the same. Exactly the same. And it's the same for Melly as well. Just go and try and post on one of her shorts, Anne, and see if you can do it. Anne said, I get comments in my health section every single day. Ah, right, okay. But you know what? I get lots of emails coming over from YouTube, and I try not. Sometimes I think they're mine and click on them by mistake, but I've never seen anything coming up saying approve a comment. What does it say? What does it say, Anne? Does it say approve this comment or something, or this comment has been held for you to approve? Because I've seen nothing like that. If it is. Love you, Lizzo. I think she's just blocked us. I think she's just blocked us.
She said bye to all of us. Have a good day, Lizzo.
It all is. Right, good night. Good night, oh God. Good night, good evening, and good day to wherever you are. Have a good time. What's Anne say there? Anne said, no, YouTube don't send a notice. So how are you supposed to approve it then, Anne? Didn't you just say you've got to approve it?
Good question.
What do you mean? Do you mean the avatar that Maggie made? She said. Did you hear that, RC? Lizzo says, what do you mean about the bikini?
Yeah, remember when you guys were doing the what do you call that?
The bikini avatars.
No, remember when you guys were putting
the catfish?
The catfish. Did she do a catfishing?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Leanie, Lizzo, put your catfish picture on, girl. Show RC. You have to go into dashboard and check there. Oh, I don't even know how to get into dashboards. So tell me this. When I go on StreamYard, into YouTube, not now, into StreamYard, wherever it is, I don't see dashboards anywhere. Where do you find dashboards?
Wow, good question. It should, okay.
I've
Once
got
you
no
go
clip.
into the channel, right, you're using StreamYard,
Yeah.
it should give you the option of watching the, in the StreamYard, you get the back chat, don't you?
Yeah.
So it should be there, and you should be able to.
I don't see any insane dashboards. All I see is, I'm looking at it right now, even on YouTube, is comments, banners, media assets, style, and recording. So, Anne said this. On YouTube, click customize channel. Well, I can't even see where would I customize channel? I can't even see that. At the bottom, I see mic, cam, guests, and more. And it says, if I go.
You have the same powers that Leanie have, right? When it comes to the channel, what you can do about it, or what you can do.
Yeah, exactly like Leanie. So when I go in more, I see cancel, settings, destination title, private chat, and layouts. I don't see anything else.
Yeah, because you're like the second creator of the channel.
I'm on YouTube now, Anne. I'm coming through YouTube, not StreamYard, and I can't see anything. All I can see going across the top, as I would if it was in StreamYard. Jesse, if it was in StreamYard, is comments, banners, media assets, style, and recording.
Wow. See,
like I can't see.
Because I'm on the computer. If I click on private chat, it shows nothing. Wait a minute, my bad. It does show something. I haven't written nothing. Let's see.
Yeah, Anne's put there. Welcome to Anne Haynes, Days of My Life, more custom channel. Oh, we are. I'll go and watch that, Anne. I can't click on that now, can I? I might leave. I'll go and have a look at that. Do me a favour, please. Would you WhatsApp me that, Anne? Would you send that link to my WhatsApp? Save me searching. And as soon as I'm done and I get Jessie out, I'll sit down and watch that because I cannot have a clue what I'm doing on here. Lizzo said, hang on, where I've took it off. That is my cap. Yeah, there's a catfish picture. Remember?
Let's see. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Keep zooming in on them baps, are you know, see?
Yeah, I guess since I'm on the computer, but if I was on my phone, I'm on the
So
computer, so
can you see
I
a
got the
picture?
private. No, I don't see no picture. Oh, there it goes. Okay, my bad. Hold up.
Hiya, Jeff. How are you, dear? Leanie's got off, love. She went to sleep. She's had no sleep and she's got a
Is your
lot going
hey,
on.
hey Lizzo, is your hair still that long? Because I love long hair.
You'd love me, RC. Mine's right down to me bum.
I was talking about Lizzo, Maggie. Shut up.
Shut up, Al, I'm telling you, mine's down to me bum. Jeff, this is me and RC. We've got a very much of a love-hate relationship. We have a fight all the time.
Yeah.
Thanks,
the only
Aunt, you're the
problem
diamond.
is
Thank you.
the only problem is that the fight will never be physical because we're in two different countries.
That's why we get on so well, because we're thousands of miles apart.
Yeah, I can say I'm gonna kick your ass, and she goes, "Yeah, go for it." I'm like, yeah, shut up.
I'll tell you what I'm trying to do, Jeff. Okay, so we were just having a conversation there. RC was saying when Laney puts a short on, he's not able to comment on it, and neither am I, and neither is one of our other mods. And there's probably others. You know, if you go to click to where you comment and you can type, it just doesn't happen. You can click on it, but nothing happens. Now, I have the same power as Laney on her channel. So if I was to leave a message, I share as Laney. Now, I cannot see how I can do anything on here. Someone said go into, what was it, customize. But I don't see customize in here. I've come through on my phone via YouTube, not StreamYard. All I can see is comments, banners, media, style, and recording. And at the bottom, mic, cam, guests, and more. And it's just settings. Can you help me out and tell me why we're not seeing, why we can't comment on Laney's shorts? We can on a post, but not on a short. And
it's just three of us, right? Me, you, and Mel, right?
And probably more that we just don't know of. They probably think the block.
You think Laney's doing this on purpose and maybe saying like,
she hasn't got a clue. We've already asked her. We've already asked her, and she says no. She doesn't know why. It's in it's nothing to do with StreamYard or a YouTube. It's just that if Laney puts a short on, we can't comment on it. Yeah, but Anne has sent me
and that only happens. That only happens with Laney. Everybody else, I never had a problem with.
Exactly the same. Or say, I'm not having it. She's blocked us. We're going to have it out with her next time we're on together. Just tell her to tell the truth. Why she blocked us?
Yeah, one day I told her, I said, listen, no matter what I do, nothing happens. She goes, try it now. I try it again, nothing. Try it again. I don't know why it doesn't let you comment. This and that. Then she'll come back. She'll say, well, other people comment.
I know. I just don't understand it. So other people can do it, but we can't. Me, you, and Melly Joe. That's all I know up to now. Liz, go into one of Laney's shorts and tell me if you can comment. If anyone's there, go into Laney's shorts. If you're listening, Jeff, and you can, go into one of her shorts and see if you can comment. So Jeff said,
dog have pups already?
Did she what?
Did Laney's dog have the pups yet?
No, she had not a phantom. She only had I think she had one pup in her body, absorbed it. It was no good, so she lost it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So Jeff says on StreamYard, when you're a guest, you have the comments column and private chat column right next to each other. But if you're hosting live, comments and private chat are buttons at the right. Yeah, we understand that, Jeff. That's all good. But we're looking for customize and I have the same power as Leanie over the channel, and I can't find customize anywhere.
Yeah, we
The only way it is.
understand that part, Jeff. What the problem is like, say she shares a short, you have the option to give it a thumbs up, and you have an option to comment. When we press on the comment button on the short video, it doesn't open for me, Maggie,
Do
and
anything.
Mel.
Yeah, it
won't do
doesn't open.
anything. But other people can, according to Leanie, other people comment, and you could see when people comment, the numbers go up like 1, 2, 3, or 5 comments already. When we try to comment, it won't open up for us for nothing.
No, just like you're not clicking it, it just doesn't open at all.
And it could be YouTube, it could be, I don't know, our phones. I have no idea.
No, it happens on my other phone, and I've got this. It's not happening. It doesn't work for us. She's blocked us. What's he say? What are you trying to customize?
That, right?
Right. So one of our mods said maybe Leanie needs to okay the comment on the channel. In order for us to be able to comment, but she doesn't get nothing like that. She doesn't understand why we're not able to comment on his shorts.
Yeah, Jeff, like right now, we're on a live panel, and we're also on StreamYard YouTube. And yeah, we get the private chat is there in the comments. We're talking about when Leanie creates a short video and she posts that. When it comes to that, on the top is thumbs up, then the next box down is comment. It won't let us open it up.
Okay, so Leanie's Lizzo's just come back in after trying to do it, and she can't comment either.
Look at that.
So there's got to be one of the settings. It's got to. She won't understand it. I'm gonna have to do it because she hasn't got a clue. So if anyone knows, I can go into them settings so people can comment. I mean, some people can comment because there's comments there, but there's a handful of people can't comment, and I don't know why. So we've got Jeff scratching his head.
She's got some beautiful hair there. Hey Maggie, it was nice knowing you, but
it's nice knowing you, but my hair's better, and I'll swear I'm going to send you the picture.
Well, at least Lizzo is single, okay? So listen,
you can have it. You can go and take it.
It was
go
nice.
Go and take Lizzo. Do you know what? I was going to live in Florida and everything in my head. You just shattered my dreams. Anyway, let me ask Jeff before I cut this off. Jeff, did you watch Dateline? Did you watch Dateline? What do you think of it? So listen what Lizzo said. Right, I can comment on my iPad, just not my phone. Okay, so you're on your PC, aren't you, RC? Go in now and see if you can comment on Leanie's short. Because Lizzo reckons it could be that.
Well, let me see.
So go on.
Oh, okay.
So,
yeah, I got you.
Okay, so Jeff says he's noticed an issue in Chrome with YouTube Shorts. I don't get any of the thumbs up buttons at all. Ah, so you're not getting the thumbs up buttons. We get the thumbs up buttons, but we can't type. We can't comment.
No, I can't do it because, hold up, why is not letting me do it?
Maybe it's because you're in here. Might be because you're in here, you think?
On the computer, once I got into StreamYard, it gives me the live panel. But if I go back, I have to turn on YouTube because we're on YouTube, but the platform is live. We're actually on StreamYard, so it's not giving me the option to go back.
Lizzo thinks it's a problem with the YouTube app, which I use. Jeff said, when I see shorts that don't have the thumbs up buttons, I right click on it and choose pop out player. And then at the bottom of the pop up player, I click watch on YouTube. That works sometimes. Oh, now,
Oh,
Jeff, that's
okay.
too tech for me.
No,
I
I'm
haven't.
gonna try that. Yeah, I know what he's
Yeah,
saying though.
you can try that, can't you? Yeah, you can teach me, RC, because it'll take a week.
Yeah, well, again,
Lately, I've noticed about 90% of the shorts that I watch don't have the buttons you normally see on the right edge. Yeah.
and
How
again,
crazy.
those are the people that said it that way because, and maybe they don't even. Maybe Leni doesn't know that.
They're not even, yeah, she's not aware of it. But I don't know. Where would
Yeah,
I go in to see them settings? Does anybody know? Because I can go in Leanie's emails and everything. I can do exactly what Leanie can do. She trusts
right.
me, which I'm forever grateful. And I would never abuse that. But if there's anyone that knows how I would be able to fix that for her, because she's probably missing out on comments and likes and stuff.
Yeah, because the
Hi,
other short,
JB.
hi JB, the other shorts, they're different too. The other shorts will have a thumbs up, a thumbs down, and then a comment
Yeah.
section, and also sometimes a share. I guess it's about the settings, but it has to be where Leni is at, her platform,
The
her
loot,
YouTube
it's got to be
platform.
in YouTube. So hang on. I think Leanie might go in YouTube via the browser. Maybe that's the difference. I go in YouTube via the app
Who's that
because
friend
I'm
of?
signed in forever. So I don't need to sign in. I'm always signed in. So if I got signed out, I wouldn't be able to get back in. I'd have to retrieve my password. I haven't got a clue.
Hmm.
How are you, JB? We're up the wall.
Who's the retired agent again? Leni's friend.
JB. J
Okay.
Badass, she's here now.
Wow.
Our lovely blonde who's always
She,
got a lippy on.
yeah, I got a quick question, and
She's
she can.
single, RC. She's single as well.
Oh, right. Listen, I got one question. It's just because I'm following all this nonsense
Oh, big.
coming out of New York with Letitia James, and
Oh,
supposedly her primary address is Virginia. If her address, if her primary address is in Virginia, uh, I wonder if anybody's going to investigate, being that they're saying in New York, if her primary address is in Virginia, she can't be an attorney or prosecutor in the state of New York. So my second question is this. If you have a primary address out of state, will she be able to vote in both states? Because I know that would be against the law, right? Just asking. And why people aren't
did you
bringing that up.
did you hear that, JB? I can't even bring it up to make it easier. I don't know how to do it on here. Oh my God, I forgot how to do it. Oh, we are. I are. Hang on. JB, if you just want to come up for a minute to let RRC know, if it's easier.
Let's see.
No, she can't vote twice anywhere legally.
Right. So my thing
So
is, my
she's
next
told.
question, if she did register her address in Virginia as her primary address, would she would have to be a registered voter there? Or no, I'm sorry, you don't have to register. But it would be nice to find out if she did vote in both states, because that's another
Jeff,
charge, right?
Jeff, JB was on about our other friend, lunch lady. She can't comment on some of her shorts either. Right, hang on a minute, guys. I've just got a message off a friend about walking Jessie. Bear with me.
Okay, that makes sense, JB. Yeah, J Brad, that makes sense. If you're a mod, you probably can't comment. When Maggie gets back, well, we just found out. Problem solved.
Hello, I'm back. Sorry about
Yeah,
that, everyone.
I think J Brad just answered the question. She said that if you're a mod on the same channel, we can't comment on the shorts.
Really? I thought that, but I thought it would be pathetic. So you can't comment on your.
So I'm gonna tell Nene, you can have your lunch back. That way I can curse her out on the shorts.
Yeah, should we all throw the spanners back at it? Now we know. I just showed you. Yeah, because Melly's a mod as well.
Yeah, that makes sense because she said the same
thing. But why isn't that stupid?
Yeah, wow, good question.
What if we want to say to Leni, I just want to say to stick your spanner where the sun don't shine. I don't want to mob you anymore. What if that's our only way we're blocked on the channel?
Well, we can always do it on Messenger and let her think about why they're attacking me.
No, but what if she blocked us? What if she blocked us? And our only hope is to go in one of her shorts and message her. We're snookers. We're snookers.
Call her up on Messenger and hang up, and when she says, "Did you try to call me?" Say, nobody called you. What are you talking about?
I'll say, "Oh, she told me to do it." Oh, so JB said they don't want mods making the channel look bigger by commenting, I guess. Oh, isn't that awful? Okay. So we can't even big up our host. We can't even big up our host.
So that means if we disagree with a short she put, we're not allowed to comment?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go around all their shorts now and see if there's any I can comment on.
Yeah, like I said, I tried and I'm like, shit, I can't comment on this one either. So I was thinking like I'm blocked. But
hang on, what's that say? So Lizzo said Leni or Maggie has to go to channel and click manage videos. Oh yeah, I've seen manage videos. So I can do it there. Oh, I'll have a look at that when I go in on StreamYard. Thanks for that, Lizzo. But do me a favour, please. Would you message me that? Because I'll forget. I'll say, what did she say? Right, I've got to go. Because my friend has just messaged me to say she's ready to go walking whenever I am. So I've got to get up and get ready. I'm going to love you and leave you. It's been lovely talking to you, RC.
Right,
and you too, JB, Lizzo, Jeff, everyone in here. There's no one I've missed, I hope. Love you all. And Jeff, I'll hopefully see you on Wednesday, on Coburger Wednesday. Got loads to talk about over the Dateline. I suppose that you'd have watched it. It's really good and it's an eye opener. So yeah. Goodbye. Oh, Anne's still here. I thought you were going to sleep, Anne. You're too nosy, Anne. You can't go to sleep. Right. Good night. God bless everyone. Or have a good day wherever you are. RC, I love you. And I'll speak to you soon. Have a good day, love. Bye, everyone. Bye, y'all.
Bye, Maggie.
Bye, love. Bye-bye.
Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leni, she She appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, but she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. So thank you for your time. You are a friend of mine. I'll be happy to see you again on the next According to Leanie. Be good or be good at it. Until next time, love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie. Next time, love Leanie, love Leanie. Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles, and every once in a while you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, she needs you, and that's the beauty of According to Leanie. Be good or be good at it. Until next time, love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie.